Hello, chat. Hey. Um. This Juan. So I figured out why Juan wasn't talking the whole other times. There's another program that I need to have open while I stream for Juan to talk. It's called BTS Bug. Nah, I kind of didn't realize that. Whoopsie. Hi. Yeah. By the way, ooh, collection still on. If you haven't gotten your products yet, make sure to head on over to grab some sweet Rima product. And yeah, I made it so Juan could read sub messages. I got one, but I wasn't live already, so I don't know if it's gonna work. I made it so he reads gift subs too. Let's see if it works or if it's like annoying. If he starts reading out every single person that receives a sub during gift subs, I might have to turn it off. Did you watch Aqua this morning? So I didn't get to watch Aqua because she went live at 7 a.m. my time. And I mean, I went to bed at like 3 or 4 a.m. Eyes Daddy, thank you for the 5 gifted. It's not working though. Why? Trey. Oh, whoops. What'd I do? I don't understand why it's not working. I need better to take care of my animals. Yeah, maybe that's why. I'm a little disappointed that it's not working. Juan, he was supposed to read the gifted subs. Do I have my overlay on? Yeah, I do. Yeah, he can't read, no. Yeah, well, he's supposed to talk. He's supposed to talk. Anyway, I missed some super chat yesterday. There was hell that said Remind Falls proving that YouTubers don't know how to play video games. I will defeat the allegations. Sad Scarecrow, check the number on the person icon on the bottom left. Oh my god, thank you guys so much for the help yesterday. It was chaotic to figure out how to play and remember everything. Hell, Rogue is best class, don't let the rest of the 2 chats lie to you. Make him swallow the mic, that'll work. Thank you, Charlie, for this insightful commentary. So you're officially a drama tuber now? Nope. Scythe the Nid Media. Rima Falls wants you to call him on Discord. I was calling him. Nuku-kun, all realms do nowadays and centralize the guild. You can cross faction and shard servers by grouping now. That's such a nice change. You know, I never thought horses had such a propensity for being late. Listen, Patrick, Mr. Patrick, they are late all the time. Actually, a horse never want to listen to humans. That's a thing. Yeah, I'm looking at the settings for Juan. Oh, yes. Send tip message to AI, yes. Send gift bomb. I don't know what the gift bomb is supposed to be. Send gift sub message to AI, yes, I have this on. Yeah. Weird. Send sub message to AI. TTS subscriber. Maybe I will use the sub message to AI, see if it works. Maybe that's it. I thought you always insisted you're not a horse tuber. I'm not. I'm not. I mean, as for the labels, I don't care about labels. You know, if you like my content, you watch it, that's it. As soon as you accept the labels, you put yourself in a box. Why would I want to put myself in a box? There is a voice assigned to AI. I'm using the Brian AI voice. I might be a horse and a fox cosplay. Who knows? You guys will have to find out. I gotta close my window. It's making my office door open and close, creating a weird sound. What's the TikTok AI lady voice? Clomp clomp instead of womp womp. Oh yeah, so there's this time lapse of a viewer who made a Rima car that I want to watch. It's not available, the link. Oh. It doesn't work? Weird. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I've been promoting the merch trunk this whole time and I just got notified of it. So the promo is not that you buy both mouse pads and get the jetpack free. The promo is that you buy either one and you get the jetpack. I'm so stupid. Really? Oof. Oof. I'm sorry, guys. That's my fault. Listen, I'm not scamming. I didn't know. I didn't know. Oh, God. Wait, I need to turn off the Wisebot stuff. Oh, no, dude. I think when we first discussed it was both. They didn't tell me. They didn't tell me it was just, Oh my god. Well. That was in the video too, yes. Yes, because that's how they just noticed it now, because I sent them the video and I was like, look, did you see my promo, by the way? And they're like, yes, but by the way, it's just one, you don't need to buy both. God damn it. Yo, how do I turn off Wisebot? God damn it. Wisebot. Okay, it's disabled. I think only one person got both. Aligraza, and he was drunk. I'm gonna ask them for a list of who got both. That's a good idea. And I'll try to find another reward for them. No, Aligraza didn't even put in the code. He was too drunk. Even though I told him to put the code, he didn't do it. Alright, I'm gonna ask them for a list of like the usernames who, if anybody got both. And I'll contact them. Shit, that sucks, man. I feel so bad now. I mean, it's better that I clarified now, but that also means I gotta clarify it on... I should also do like a pin message on my video. Okay, I'm gonna make a note to do that. Sorry, I didn't mean to start the stream and have all these problems. Not really I mean, not big problems, but just some technical stuff and make... No, I can't edit videos on YouTube because YouTube is fucking trash. They don't even let you like add like a text note. You can't even open a font. Like, you know, you could easily sometimes do a little correction if you could add like a note on screen, and they won't even let you do that. Once the video is uploaded, it's over. You can blur. That's the only thing you can do. You can blur. I mean, TBH, they never told me about the promo. Like, that was the first promo we discussed, and I wasn't made aware of the change, unless I misunderstood. Blurring stuff was useful once when I got DMCA'd by the wrestling organization WWE, and I blurred their footage and they dropped the claims. It was for my Gora video, which is the most popular video now too. Yeah, link doesn't work for the car video, by the way. Okay. I'm ready. Wait, I'm a little bit in the way. Where do I put Juan while we watch videos? That sounds like it's obfuscating the view, though. Maybe we gotta put him away while we watch stuff. You know what yeah, I've never watched one of her videos, by the way. More videos about war of sex. I haven't seen that one. I haven't watched any videos on the war of sex yet. Oh, I guess we did watch Bear versus Man. Great content? Alright, we'll see. I keep seeing her videos pop up on the feeds. I know all the React streamers react to that, so let's see. Oh, no sound.
Demand! It is I, your favorite commie Nazi e-hag. So we've been very busy here on the Shoe on Head program. In the past year, we talked about male loneliness, female loneliness, the male dating strategy. We asked the question on everyone's mind, are women okay? And we even judged male bedrooms. But I regret to inform you, my research into the male and female question is far from over. Today,
dude, Shu has been on the scene for so long. Like when I research stuff from, or some events or controversy from years ago, like back when you know, everybody was on 4chan and stuff, for like the Neanners video, for example, her name would frequently pop up, so I assume she's been on the scene for a really long time. She's been on the internet for a while. She's into hagdom. Yes.
Today we will be looking at one of the most classic, annoying gender war debates. Who is more shallow, men or women? Despite popular belief, men and women—
That's a debate? Hey, that video just came out too. I didn't know that was a debate. Who is more shallow? I feel like, before I watch the video, I feel like most people would just say women, right? I'm betting the argument against men will be that, well, men date women based on their looks.
Women are very different beings. For example, men eat cheeseburgers and women eat salad. Men play video games and women pick flowers. Men poop and women cry. No, but seriously, we do have differences, and they're especially prevalent when choosing a mate. Women will typically look for strong, tall, protective men who can provide for them.
It's funny. Why is the first thing I think of when she says that is this. Hold up. The internet has cooked us. A page not found. Come on. I'm just trying to show chat something. I can't show that one. This is what page not found on every picture I open. What the hell? Alright. This is what she means when she says that. This is what every woman wants. I'm joking, by the way. That's definitely... that is not what we consider attractive. But that is definitely what the internet will make you believe, though. You need the giga chat chin to have a chance in life. You need to be chiseled all over. Just a FYI, I don't think it's attractive at all. But obviously it's a meme, so it's exaggerated. The chat, man, yeah.
While men typically look for, I don't know, big booby. What do men look for? Men look for anime girls and muscle mommies who can crush their skulls with—
what men want is literally that meme. Like, average looking, can somewhat cook, that's enough. Have the lowest standards ever.
Their thighs. Now, this doesn't make either gender shallow, but there is a line. And that line is often crossed. I've seen things you couldn't believe. 120-pound women being called fat. 5'11" men being called short. The hottest men and women in the world being called mid. So for today's video, we are going to quickly look at some studies about the shallowness of men and women, and then we're going to have some fun. I'm going to do some research of my own, using the YouTube dating show, The Button.
Welcome to The Button,
Oh,
speed dating show.
Bro, have you guys ever watched that show? It's actually pretty funny, but they really cast like the weirdest people. By the way, what she was saying reminded me of this. people's perception of beauty is so cooked. It's so cooked that it's not even a V-tweeter because they're not a VTuber, but this person tweeted, white women become unattractive AF once they hit 30, and post a picture of Anne Hathaway. Is it just Jover for the next few generation? It's Jover for them. They're so cooked in the head. It's crazy. I saw a similar post about men the other day and I was just like, this gotta be rage bait. It's gotta be. It just gotta be.
Show. When the button lights up red, either player may press it and swap out their date for a new person.
It's kind of like it's never lined up with the right person.
It's been said that men are the more visual creatures. They'll judge women harshly on their looks, while men are judged more for their wallets. Oh, speaking of wallets, that reminds me. Let's give a shout out to today's sponsor, Ridge Wallet. Ridge Wallets are premium, minimalist wallets that are designed to hold up to 12 cards and conveniently store your cash. Plus, they are made with RFID blocking technology, which protects you from wireless identity theft. One of the things I love about their products—
Whoa. What is this thing I'm hearing about? What is wireless identity theft? That happens? Are we allowed to skip ads during React streams is what I'm wondering. Bro, what is this? Is the most uncomfortable wallet ever. It's like, let me sit on my phone now. I'm gonna ask Rosie, what's the etiquette like for reacting? Some people do. The world is a dangerous place. That's a thing. People can hack your chip card. Yo, chip cards are way too easy to scan. Jeez. RFID vulnerabilities are way overstated though. People like to pretend it is. It's not really a thing. I mean, with all marketing, I bet. I mean, every single cream is protect yourself against this and that, and it's like, do you really think your skin knows the difference between night and day? No, it doesn't. It doesn't, okay? It's just marketing. Keep your wallet in your shoe, keep your wallet in your panties.
as they come in so many different designs and styles. Ridge's store features over 30 unique colors and styles, including matte olive, gunmetal, and carbon fiber 3K. So whether you're into the tech vibes of the NASA wallet, the natural texture of the Mopane wood wallet, or the nice soft feel of the brown leather wallet, there is something for everyone. They even have a lineup of extra small wallets called Ridge Lights. They come in royal black, lavender, basecamp orange, and many more colors. I have been using the flamingo pink all summer, and I just love how vibrant and cute it is. I get compliments on it all the time. But don't just take
I keep all my receipts, so this would not be good for me. I need a lot of space for my receipts. You guys keep your receipts? It's important for your taxes.
my word for it. Ridge has over 100,000 5-star reviews. They are so confident you'll love their product, they'll let you test them out for 99 days.
No, if I had the choice, I would definitely use flamingo pink. I think it's the best color. I love pink. Like my office room, like the room I'm in right now is all pink, by the way. I have a Kirby bed for my dog. I have a Sailor Moon carpet. I got a pink water bottle. I got my poster where I'm wearing pink. I love pig.
And if you don't like them for any reason, you can return them and get a full refund. And now they have something extra special. This year, Ridge is hosting a massive sweepstakes. The winner will get to choose between a Hennessy Velociraptor, a gold-plated Cybertruck, or $100,000 in cash. Which prize would you choose? Let me know in the comments. The giveaway runs until September 13th, and the best part is you can enter for completely free. But if you want to boost your chances, every dollar you spend on their website gets you an additional entry. And if you purchase—
What is that car? Tell me, what is that car? Is that the Batmobile? Wait, I've never seen anybody drive something like this. You look ridiculous if you're driving this. A gold-plated third? What the? Is this what you guys drive in America? Perfection, shut up, El. There's no way you guys think it looks good. There's just no way.
Their Hennessy Performance 24 wallet or the stainless steel Cyber wallet will even get 4 times the entries. Both wallets are super durable and also available in combination with a matching key case that can carry up to 6 keys. Head over to ridge.com/shoe to check out their awesome collection and to get the chance to win the grand prize. Big thank you to Ridge for sponsoring this channel again, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. You didn't skip the ad, right?
I didn't.
Now let's get back to the video.
Nicholas Diaz, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. One last comment on the ad. This is definitely a guy's wallet, by the way. This is very specifically designed for dudes. You guys always use the thinnest wallets. Because I suppose men just put their wallets in their pockets. And women put them in purses where they belong. A bag for a bag. That's how we roll. Yo, I should get a Ridge wallet sponsor. Hello, Ridge. Hello, I'm right here. Yeah, what else do we need? Well, what about a knapsack? You guys never wear knapsacks? Men's pocket be an infinite container? Well, you guys, clothing companies give you pockets in your clothes. I'm mauled if I don't have pockets in my clothes. I don't carry money. I mean, honestly, you don't even... Yeah, true. I don't carry money either. I just carry my phone around. I wear pants. Do they have pockets? I only carried $20 and a $2 for vending machine. People still use vending machines? That's crazy.
My personal theory is that men and women are equally shallow. It's just a personal thing. But women just have way more options, so they're way more picky. But in reality, people are different and people care about different things. You can't really shove men and women into boxes. But it's fun and interesting to do, so for the sake of this video, like all the other videos we've done on the male and female question, we're going to do it. Hey, I'm non-binary, what about me? What about you, Ash? Not everything is about you, Quinn. Settle down, Sage. I think I just called out like every non-binary person. Oh, can't forget about you, Onyx. Okay, so that's personally my theory, but what does science say? Who is more superficial, men or women? Men's judgments of women's attractiveness were based primarily around physical features, and they rated highly those who looked thin and seductive. Most of the men in the study also rated photographs of women who looked confident as more attractive. As a group, the women rating men showed some preference for thin, muscular subjects, but disagreed on how attractive many men in the study were. Some women gave high attractiveness ratings to the men other women said were not attractive at all. So, men tend to like the same things in women, while women tend to disagree on what is attractive and unattractive. That checks out. When you ask a guy what their wildest hear me out is, it's usually some conventionally attractive woman. Meanwhile, when women say hear me out, it's like Venom or Pyramid Head from Silent Hill. One social
Insert a bow post. I'm not shallow, I'm cultured.
experiment was done in France where they had a guy stand next to like 3 different cars. One was like an expensive luxury car, one was like a mid kind of expensive car, and the other one was like a poor people car. A poor people car.
Wow.
I drive a Subaru Forester, okay? It's still got the Bernie sticker. Anyway, the man stood next to the 3 different cars on different days. When he stood next to the poor people car, he only got 7% of numbers from the women passing. When he stood next to the mid-level car, he got 12%. And out of all the women that passed the man when he was standing next to the luxury expensive car, 23% of them gave him their number. These findings—
I think if a man standing next to a luxury car try to hit me up for my number, I would probably run away as fast as I can. That looks... it's such a douche car. Like, I feel... My automatic assessment of that person would be that he's a douche. I mean, first of all, just somebody approaching you for your number in public without knowing you first is just weird. It's weird. Yeah. But if you stood next to an anime car, hold up. I might hand out my number to him, because that means he's cool as fuck. Coyote? Why coyote? Get the Miku race car noted. Exactly. This sounds like the difference between monster boys and versus monster girls. And what is that? What is the difference between monster boys and monster girls? I don't know what an AE86 is, but turn up with the weebest ride ever. That is cultured.
Things indicated that women are inclined to give high-status men more of a chance. Wow. Water is wet. Is water wet? Honestly, the car thing wouldn't work on me. I do not like cars. I hate cars. I hate driving. I like trains. I am spiritually autistic. Men pretend they like cars as a hobby, but I don't buy it. Men don't have hobbies. They do everything for female attention. Yeah, nice hand-painted Warhammer figurines, you fucking slut. Alright, what else does
Oh, she just called out half of you in the chat. She just called out half of you in the chat. I put hot VTubers on cars in game. Hi Rima. Hi Reaper. We tried to react to your video, but the link didn't work. Thank you for the car, by the way.
science say? Breaking. Study concludes men are shallow AF. Cool, thanks Cosmo. OkCupid co-founder Christian Rudder used the data he had from OkCupid users and found the bleak and yet somehow unsurprising truth that no matter how old men get, they still find women in their early 20s to be the most attractive.
Is OkCupid a dating app? Because that just skewed all of the study, if that's the case. On dating apps, you are only judging users based on their photos and their look, because you don't know them and you don't talk to them. A lot of people are not conventionally attractive, but they are attractive when they speak. That's what you call charisma. So, yeah, you can't use none of that through a social media app.
Is that shallow? I mean, I guess it depends. Honestly, I hate age gap discourse so much. If they're both consenting adults, I don't give a f. Oh, Leonardo DiCaprio's dating another 25-year-old? I don't give a shit. The same people who freak out about like an 18-year-old dating a 25-year-old are fine with the 18-year-old starting an OnlyFans. Either they're adults or they aren't. At age 40, women start to look for men who are exclusively younger than they are. Wait. So it's fine when the women are going for younger men, but when men go for younger women, that's shallow. Cosmo moment. Oh my god, I just made the terrible mistake of like scrolling down this website. What the f is this? Go ahead and get drinks with your ex. Break up over text. Wanna explore your back door? You need an anal vibe. What? Hello? Everything to know about 5-inch penises. What? I'm so tempted to click.
What? Everything you need to know about 5-inch penises? I feel like it'd be the other way around. What is there left to know? I feel like there would be not much to know. I'm joking. All sizes matter equally. Are those BuzzFeed articles legit? This is the cringiest thing I've ever... What have magazines devolved into? There used to be real articles in those things. Is this what they need to do to survive now? Size Queen Rima. Oh no, not this again.
Click that one because what is there to know? ASU study shows both men and women are shallow. What they found was that men and women prioritize different qualities when screening each other in online chats and speed dates. Women want men who are at least average in social status, while men want women who are at least moderately physically attractive. Modern men are creating hoflation. Stop simping for every mid and sticking your wiener in anything that gives you attention. And women, stop giving it away so easy. Never forget that men built society to impress us. Fire for put, the wheel for p, the pyramids, p, space exploration, p. Without the motivation for p, men would still be in caves eating dirt. This is why our planes are falling out of the sky now, because society was better when it was harder to get p. I should be the female Andrew Tate. Anyway,
God.
Science is—
Wait, she's so funny? I didn't expect her to be so funny. They're creating inflation. No. I'm gonna get so demonetized on the very first video I'm watching. Damn.
gay and a liar sometimes. So let's do our own research, shall we? Let's watch this stupid-ass dating show and come to our own conclusions.
Okay, what is your name?
Peyton.
Gabe. What is your type?
Pete Davidson.
What's your type? A man that looks absolutely f***ing nothing like you. Off to a great start. Also, I never really thought about what my type is. Do I have a type? I don't think I have a type. Just be funny and think the world is also run by satanic pedophiles. That is my type.
Peyton, when we asked, why are you single, you wrote, guys suck.
Yeah, they're just the worst.
Oh god, code red, code red.
My type has always been girls that don't like me back.
Oh, look at that. You like women who don't like you and she doesn't like men. A perfect match.
Ooh, I'm sorry.
Not shallow. Oh, you know, I need like a mallet, like a judge. Hold on. This is what I'm hitting the mallet on, by the way. Okay.
Wait, this is the greatest. This is the greatest Opie mousepad I've ever seen. Hold up, I need a. Whoa, hold up. Somebody take a picture of it.
Back.
Oh, look at that. You like women who don't like you and she doesn't like men.
It's worth
a
it,
perfect
chat.
match.
Ooh, I'm
Where's
sorry.
the mallet?
Not shallow. Oh, you know, I need like a mallet, like a judge. Hold on. This is what I'm hitting.
Why is this so great? This is the greatest thing ever invented. I hope the original artist gets rights to Pepe. I think he sold his rights. He has the feline. Oh my god. Charlie, oh my god. I left you a link for you in your report. Okay, thank you. I'll check it out.
Hitting the mallet on, by the way. Okay, where were we? Oh, yes. Not shallow. Don't ever date a woman who hates men, and vice versa. Don't date a man who hates women. Avoid mommy and daddy issues.
Lily, nice to meet you.
My name's Enrique.
Enrique?
Yeah.
Cool.
Are you from Tennessee? Because you're the only 10 I see.
Oh.
Enrique. Why?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just not really attracted to you.
Really?
You can tell she's so taken aback by that. You? Not attracted to me?
I'm Dan, nice to meet you.
Tony?
Oh, Dan, your type?
I don't really have a type. It's, as long as you're tall, because I'm tall. I don't know if you saw that, but I'm very tall.
How tall are you?
I'm like 5'10".
Oh, I'm 5'9".
Oh.
I'm not your type.
Not shallow. She's 5'10", perfectly acceptable. It's the 5'0" bitches wanting the 6'5" men that are the problem.
Well, he threw. He was leaning back into his chair. You can't lean back on the button. You gotta sit upright and be ready to press the button.
Hi.
What's going on? I'm Sam.
Hi, Vesta.
It's nice to meet you.
Who's that?
I couldn't find anyone to babysit, so I just decided to bring him along.
Are you ventriloquist?
This is what I'm
No.
saying.
What do you do for work?
A professional cuddler?
Nice. Seems like
Really?
a good line of work.
What the f is happening?
You know, she seemed hesitant about the puppet, so kind of a deal breaker for me.
Shallow. You know he has banged that puppet.
This is what I'm saying. The button always finds cast the weirdest people to make the episodes interesting. And don't get me wrong, it works, but like this is not a good reflection of real life. Didn't get to mention this during your re-debut, but I wanted to say your Jester Fox Girl was a great choice. I'll miss horse strokes, but new design is cute, cool. Buying the mouse pad right now in exchange for my dignity. Don't forget to use code CLOP-CLOP and you'll get a free jet tag. Thank you so much. Thank you. You guys can still do the horse jokes. I don't mind them.
Puppet, you know he has made sweet love to that puppet. But I gotta ask, what the f is a professional cuddler?
Ice, nice to meet you.
Ice? I'm Sage.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
How are you today?
I'm fucking awesome. Oh, fuck
I'm
me.
so sorry.
Damn.
Well,
Alright, hey,
It was nice to meet you.
No,
Maybe
don't.
give him a bit.
She tried to shake his hand. I'm not sure what's worse. I think it's the fact that she tried to shake his hand after rejecting him that fast. You don't come back from this, lady.
His handshake wasn't firm.
His handshake wasn't firm?
That is
I'm
weird.
calling shallow.
I like your fit.
Thank you. My name's Shay.
Okay, wait. Hold up. Non-firm handshakes are weird, though. It says a lot about you. That's why when I shake somebody's hand, I fucking squeeze it. It's like a show of strength, you know? You gotta be firm. You gotta assert dominance. It's either you give a firm handshake or you T-pose in front of them.
Hey,
Shay,
what's your name?
I'm Alvin.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I like your tattoos.
Thank you. Do you have any tattoos?
No,
No tattoos?
I want some though.
What do you want?
I don't know. That's why I haven't gotten one yet.
Oh wow, was it the tattoos?
The indecisiveness. I like somebody who knows what they want, you know?
I feel like out of everything, that's something to be indecisive about. Tattoos are like a really important, permanent thing. You should take your time to think about what you want, or else you wind up just getting like random textbook doodles, like a f***ing rose, or live, laugh, love, whatever the f*** is on her chest. Also, this gonna talk about indecisive while having 2 different hair colors? Get out of here!
I'm Shay.
Shay, you said?
Yeah, nice to
Pleasure.
meet you. Oh my gosh.
Why did you reject her?
I don't like colorful hair. Hi. What's your name?
Oh, she's got colorful hair too. Well, at least the last guy, this guy was decisive.
Bro.
April, Austin. Man, your hair is like flames. I'm digging that.
Wait,
Wait.
I don't like colorful hair.
the male mind is an enigma.
I'm Nicole.
Nicole, Omari.
Cool. So, what do you do for fun?
What do I do for fun? Video games, mostly.
Video games? Okay. What kind of video games?
The big. So the last one I put.
She's the kind to have E6 on Discord calls. That's how she speaks, I mean. She's like moaning every word. I don't get it.
Got me. All right.
Why did you reject him?
Because there's more to life than video games.
There's more to life than
Slander! There's more to life than video game. What is wrong with you, woman?
You asked him what he does for fun. What does she do for fun? Ponder the mysteries of the universe? Shallow. Didn't even give him a chance.
Damn it.
Yeah, I don't really like guys with long hair. I'm Nicole.
Nicole, nice to meet you.
Meet you.
Hi.
Ryan was in the army.
Oh, no worries.
Why did you press me?
I don't know, man. Something about army guys. I don't know, overly masculine.
So no video games, because that means your whole life is video games, apparently. No long hair, because that's probably too feminine. And no army, because that's too masculine. Right.
What's your name?
My name's Taylor. What's your name?
I'm Nicole.
I've seen this. That's how I remember this girl. Yeah, I've seen that one. That was one of the best button episodes. But the thing is, I think they're insensitized to press the button because the point of it is to get to the end and to find somebody that you're compatible with. So you kind of gotta be the last one standing. Or you gotta, like, agree to go on a date with them. Yeah, it's the furry episode.
Hi, Nicole. So what kind of hobbies are you into?
I have an aquarium, a 55-gallon aquarium.
Oh, what? That's wicked.
Are we just not going to address that?
Nicole, are you not going to address?
Address what? Address what, chat?
The elephant in the room?
What elephant? He's a wolf, idiot.
I am a furry.
What is a furry?
The way that I describe it is a fascination or a interest of animals doing human things.
Is it a sex thing?
It is definitely not just a sex thing.
Not just a sex thing. Not just. Not shallow. Dude showed up in a whole.
I thought they were gonna get along. Damn. Harry, your match just popped in.
Last fursuit. On the first date, I do not break out the Vaporeon onesie until at least the third date.
Maven.
Izzy, what's your sign?
I'm a Capricorn.
God damn it. Where's the button? No. No.
What have I said? What have I said? I need the sign. I need to get the sign. Astrology is racism for white women.
Why did you reject Izzy?
If you're gonna like cut me off just because of my sign, it's not someone who I necessarily want to date.
He dodged a bullet. If a woman ever asks you what time of day you were born, run.
Heelys.
Yeah.
What are Heelys?
Heelys are shoes.
Was she gonna dodge him because of his sign? That went too fast for me. I didn't catch anything. But yeah, who the fuck cares about astrology? Bro, they're all paid actors. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. They gave him a script. It's scripted. It's scripted. Yeah, nah. That's the only way I can cope with this show.
Shoes that have wheels in them.
So, would you consider yourself a skater?
You know what?
You can't.
I wasn't saying that. Oh my god.
Wait, what? What did she do wrong? How dare you ask if I am a skater because I have wheels built into my sneakers like a 12-year-old? She was interested in asking about you.
Mackenzie.
Carlos.
How old are you?
I'm 36.
Yeah.
How old are you?
35.
I don't believe you now.
You don't? Because I look younger.
You look older.
Holy shit! No! The audacity!
Hello, how are you?
Good, like the pants.
I love the hair.
What about your last relationship?
My last relationship ended terribly. I was out for work. I came back home. Turns out she cheated on me and also got pregnant with that guy's child.
Do you think there's anything that you could have recognized earlier on?
Definitely.
Did he say she got pregnant with a child? With another dude? You what?
I think it was because I noticed some red flags and stuff like that. Like personality just hit a whole 180, but I think I didn't want to like believe it, so I was trying to drown myself in work. You know, the 2020 was not my best year, so.
Bro, he went out on a full trauma dump there. I knew she was gonna press the button. Did you guys see it coming?
Did you reject him?
How many times did he ask me about myself?
Wait, so the button asked the dude a personal question. The dude answered the personal question. The girl follows up with another question. The dude answers her question. Then the girl rejects him because he talked about himself too much.
Let me finish this for you, Shub. Society is cooked.
Society.
April, nice to meet you.
Danny says he has a good sense of humor. Tell her a joke.
A joke? Oh, you gotta do me a joke like this?
Oh, you're funny? Tell a joke. Anyone could read a popsicle stick. Anyone could tell a f***ing joke. Being funny is not just about jokes or stand-up comedy. It's about wit, banter, timing, observational humor. I'm getting flashbacks to when my coworker introduced me to one of her friends and she was like, "This is June, she's funny." And the dude was like, "Oh, you're funny? Tell a joke." I am not your personal clown. I will not dance on command.
Yes. True. Oh, you guys want to talk about the last one? The correct response... No, yeah, I agree with professional gentleman. The correct response for the guy, he went on a bit too long. As like the first thing you do when you meet somebody, you don't know how they're gonna react to you having so much trauma in your past relationship. So the safest thing to do is just to be like, "Oh, it didn't end up too well, but enough about me, let's talk about you."
Hi. Oh god, they're blindfolded for this one.
So what do you do for work?
I'm a school bus driver.
Oh.
Damn, that was quick.
Take your blindfolds off and look at each other.
Hi.
Ask her, why did you reject me?
Why did you?
I just wasn't feeling the spark. Didn't feel like conversation was flowing, that's all.
You didn't feel the conversation was You initiated the conversation. He literally just answered your question. What? Shallow. Shallow and stupid.
Hi.
Hi.
Can I get a hug?
And where are you? Put your hands up.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Okay.
Hi, I'm Lovely to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Oh no.
Oh, that is... Did he ask for a hug so he could feel... So he could, like, try to figure out what she looks like? That's actually 5 head! That's actually 5 head! What? You guys can see... What?
Sorry.
That was aggressive slam.
Hi, I'm Nathan.
Hello.
It's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you. I'm Sam. Samantha.
Oh no.
What is something that you watch by yourself that's a guilty pleasure that you don't tell anybody?
I mean, I watch a lot of anime.
You know she's absolutely one of those weebs that like fetishizes Asians.
What is your type?
I'm definitely very into Asian men.
Called it. She's hunting for a husband though.
No, Shuon had pre-watched this. She pre-watched it.
This dude needs to run.
What race do you think I am?
I have no idea.
I am Asian, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. Can we hug?
Sure.
Oh, he's asking everybody to hug.
Hi. How are you?
No.
We get along on a lot of different topics, but I felt that it was something where I could become a really good friend with you.
Yeah, we'd be good friends.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Good, my name's Nathan. What's your name?
I'm Amy. How tall are you?
Oh. Do you want to give me a hug and see how tall I am?
Honestly, this guy is pretty smart. Before I tell you if my height starts with 6, I need to know if your weight starts with 2.
Hi, Danny. I like your sweater.
Thank you. It felt like the right day to wear this sweater.
Yeah.
This is my first time wearing it. Are we gonna... Oh, that's crazy.
Damn, it was a pretty sweater. Why is she rejecting him?
Okay, fashion-wise, the Kraken hat doesn't go with the sweater.
Okay, so first it's, I like your sweater, and then it's, that hat doesn't go with that sweater. The hat is not attached to his hat. He could take off the hat. Does this woman not have, like, a frontal lobe?
Hi there. How's it going?
If both parties consent, I dare you to kiss each other.
Okay.
I would never say yes to that. The fuck?
Oh my god, you're gorgeous.
Is this the type of person you normally would date?
Honestly, no.
Why?
That hurts.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
My name is Nahom. What's your name?
I'm Megan.
What's your sign?
I'm an Aries.
Oh. Shallow. What's up with this f***ing star racism shit, bro? I read my astrology shit and it's like, you're a Cancer. You like staying home and being cozy. Like, who the hell doesn't?
What shies you away from not having a boyfriend? Is it yourself or nobody has pursued you?
It's kind of like it's never lined up with the right person.
Holy shit. That That was way too aggressive.
What are you looking for in a partner?
I'm looking for someone who can talk to me.
Amy.
I'm Alfred. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
What's your dating age range?
Oh, well, I'm 36. Am I an old lady?
Yes.
I'm an old lady.
I'm sorry.
God damn, this guy is just flying through them. Too fat, too old.
I'm Anna.
I'm Alfred. Nice to meet you, Anna.
Nice to meet you. No.
I'm so sorry. You're just not my type.
What is your type?
Latinas.
Not brown enough.
Hi, I'm good. How are you, Laura?
Alfred. Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
What's your type, Alfred?
I'm Latina.
Okay. How are you? I mean, I'm Latina.
Waiting for his Latina waifu and she rejects him. Sad.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it didn't turn red yet.
No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh my god, she's trying to press the button and
This
it's
is
not
so
even red yet.
awkward. This
She
is
didn't
so
even give him
awkward.
a chance to speak. God damn. Shallow, shallow, shallow.
Give each other a chance.
Yeah, let's give each other.
VTubers are better than relationships? True! True. I'm in a relationship with my anime waifus. Like, dude, this is so... I feel like no one has like basic respect or is even polite towards the other person though. I would never dare to say or do like... I suppose they don't pick people like me for the button though.
Had a chance. Let's okay, you want to do that? I do see you as a friend. No.
Beautiful. We love to see it.
Yeah.
White Boy Summer is still on.
Yeah.
Do you two want to see each other?
I do.
Sure.
Hi.
Hi.
I like the haircut. Pixie cut.
With like a different teacher.
I'm so sorry.
That's fine.
Travis.
Longer hair is kind of what I'm into right now.
Hold up. Rewind.
I like the haircut. Pixie cut.
Teacher.
Longer hair is kind of what I'm into
Wow, men are fake. Men are fake.
right now.
What are your deal breakers?
Being racist,
Well, that's like half you guys out.
being homophobic, being broke.
Up. That's all of you guys. Bye.
What's your name?
Vanessa, and you?
Vanessa, I'm Aaron.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Wow.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not red right now.
It wasn't red.
She doesn't even know what he looks like. She heard him say like 3 words.
Do you have a six-pack?
No.
Push.
Oh my god. Shallow, shallow, shallow.
All right, so what's your deal?
I mean, like life-wise, currently I work as a substitute teacher.
That's crazy.
I do cosplay.
This is ridiculous. Okay, I'm a teacher at Franklin, and I love going to Comic-Con and dressing up.
Really? Oh my
so
god.
Go for
Yeah.
What?
I'm sorry.
it. Back to the dating apps, everybody.
I feel really bad because like I did like him a lot, but also I don't want to not leave my options open, I guess.
Oh, come on. What? If you vibe with someone, go out with them. This like abundance culture shit is so toxic. I don't want to date this person because, you know, what if there's a better person?
I'm Celeste.
I thought they would vibe.
I'm Celeste.
Nice to meet you. Evan. Oh.
She was really connecting with Xavier.
But did you get rid of Xavier? You connected with him?
I just wanted to see who else was here, I guess. Because dating is like about experimenting and meeting multiple people and not just meeting one person and being done with it.
Tinder brain. This is what having 400 matches on 20 different dating sites does to the female mind.
Evan,
Yeah.
will you go ask Xavier if he would like to come back?
Of course. I'll do that. All right.
They make
Guess we'll see what he says.
Oh
my god!
Look who we have here. From the grave. I don't play second chances.
That's fair.
King behavior. Kicking her to the curb when she comes crawling back because she thought the grass would be greener on the other side, and it wasn't. Classic.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm Seth.
I'm Alex.
Alex, great
Nice
to meet you.
Give her 3 compliments.
3 compliments. I love your hair
Thanks.
and your glasses.
Thanks.
And yeah, I like how you're matching. You got the purple, the blue.
Thank you.
Why did you reject him?
I feel like his compliments were based just on my physical appearance.
Well, no shit. You've only known each other for like 3 seconds. What the hell else is he supposed to say? You're really smart? He doesn't know you, bitch. The more you watch, the more it becomes apparent why these people are single.
What was your name again?
Ari.
Ari?
Or you can call me vampire girlfriend.
Vampire girlfriend? Run! It is almost a learning experience for every young man to date a woman like this.
Ariana's type is guys who look like they're one cigarette away from dying.
Yeah, I kind of like that. I like someone who looks like they're dying. That way I can fix them.
Showing up in lingerie, calling herself a vampire girlfriend, saying she wants someone who looks like they're dying so she can fix them. This woman is a literal succubus. Worst part is, you in the audience absolutely would with no hesitation.
Yeah.
I'm very...
My chat is saying bye, bye, bye. You guys are so cooked.
Into the king community, so tying people up, clamps, peeing on people.
Oh god, she got a piss kink!
Elizabeth, would you ever be into someone peeing on you?
Would you be interested in someone peeing on you? Ew.
I think you're just a little too shy for me.
Sorry, it's not gonna work out. You're too shy because you don't want to be pissed on.
Welcome to the Poly episode!
Do you have any partners currently?
I don't. Actually, I just got broken up with.
Okay. I have a question. How does a poly couple break up with someone? Do they have a meeting? Do they perhaps have a council? I don't understand the poly thing, but it's whatever, you know. Like I said, if you can't get an 8, get yourself 2 4s.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. My name's Quinn. Pronouns? They, them.
Oh my god. They, them's a Quinn. I literally just made a joke about that in the intro. Every non-binary person is named Quinn.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good, how are you? Jen, nice to meet you.
Jen?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
I'm getting up there in age. I'm not old. I'm 29, but I'm definitely looking for something more serious.
To be honest, I'm just not a big fan of like the big lips.
Yeah.
I need to know about the big lips now. Are they not natural?
No, they're...
They don't look natural at all. She's a bit duck-lipped right now.
Absolutely not.
Are you natural in other places as well?
None of your fucking business.
Okay, so first of all, we were all thinking it, okay? Let's not lie. We were all thinking it. Second of all, is it shallow to reject someone because of plastic surgery? I don't know. I think it's totally normal to not like plastic surgery. I don't have very strong opinions about plastic surgery, except buccal fat removal should be illegal and the criminal surgeon should be hanged in the town square. Look at this!
How do you feel about dating older women?
I have dated older women.
Like how much older?
So I was talking to a girl who's 30. I've been with a woman who's 40.
40?
Mm-hmm.
How old are you?
How old do you think I am?
26.
25. How old are you?
What do you mean?
I feel like you're 27.
I'm 31.
No way.
Yeah.
No way? What do people think 31-year-olds look like?
I've been on dates with people that were born in the 2000s.
Oh my gosh. Is that legal?
I've been on dates with women in their 30s. Oh, cool. I've been on dates with men in their 20s. Okay, pedophile.
You've been on a date with a 40-year-old?
Okay, that's different.
How is that different?
He's right, it's different. You're robbing the cradle, he's hag-maxing. Educate yourself.
Fun fact about Dylan.
Oh.
He loves guns.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's not a fun fact to know.
Just to like put the record out there, not a Republican, not an NRA member.
I like guns, but I'm not a Republican, I swear!
Fun fact, you don't actually need a gun license in Washington State.
Fun fact, I don't like that.
She's not feeling the guns, bro. Stop.
I'm a big history buff. I have a gun two from World War I.
Oh god, bringing up World War I. It's over, it's over. I feel bad for this guy. I hope he finds a woman that he can yap to about his gay little interests. I love when a guy I like yaps about his interests. Like, I don't know what the you're talking about, but it is adorable how into it you are.
Hi. I'm Nick.
Nick, I'm Liz. Nice to meet you.
Ancient Rome is better.
Nice to meet you. Okay, tell me about yourself, Liz.
Oh, yeah, I love reading.
Would you like to see my chest tattoo? I don't really get showed off that often.
Okay.
Oh god.
Oh.
I'll be real with you. I'm not big into the reading.
Okay.
I'm low-key illiterate.
Hi.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. My name's Joaquin.
Nice to meet you. My name's Amy. Why the spacesuit? Why the astronaut?
A lot of people are interested in outer space, and I'm interested in inner space.
Okay, tell me more.
People look, they see space and the stars, and they see all this stuff, and they're like really turned on by it. And I'm kind of disgusted by the negligence of the use of money for outer space. How's your weekend been so far?
I've been pretty good. I celebrated.
What is he yapping about? I thought he was gonna say he's an astronaut. He's not even an astronaut. Now, the producers told him to come in an astronaut suit for sure. They had that in the wardrobe costumes department.
My best friend's birthday yesterday.
Oh, Taurus?
Yes.
Okay. I saw a murder last night.
Where are your political leanings?
I was about to ask you that actually.
Well, for me, so I was raised by a very liberal family. We're from Washington. And so I still have like values on the left.
She hit that so f***ing fast. Not today, soy boy!
Nick, nice to meet you, Daniela.
I got 3 questions.
Maybe don't open up with politics. How about that?
Right off the bat. Tattoos, yay or nay?
I think tattoos are okay. I'm not against them.
Pickles, yay or nay?
Oh, I love.
Oh, I got a tip. Let me read it.
I'm honey.
Why was the sound delayed? Where's my mouse? Oh. That was really funny. Doro, thanks for everything, Rima. I really like your content. Keep up the good work. Oh my god, thank you so much, Doro. I really appreciate the tip and the encouragement. I will do my best.
Love pickles.
Okay, let's go. What about Minecraft?
Tattoos, pickles, and Minecraft. The 3 most important things to ask when finding a future wife.
I've never played Minecraft.
Are you open to playing Minecraft? Dylan.
Dylan, nice to meet you, Dylan.
I like that it was his thing that he had to, but okay, but are you open to playing it though? Like that's a must. That's so funny. Oh, you ordered a Rima jetpack? Let's go.
Damn, that's crazy.
Nice to meet you, Daniela.
Max, nice to meet you.
She's cute though.
Max,
Yeah.
your political beliefs.
Yes.
What are they?
I am liberal.
Why is the button asking that?
Not a good sign when you say your political beliefs and the woman laughs.
Yeah, what
honestly, I don't blame her. Few things worse than a liberal man with a mustache.
Why? Wait, she just straight up laughed? Wow. Wow, savage. Actually savage.
I've learned this the hard way. Also, like, does she think she's gonna find some, like, super far-right conservative man on the button dating show? No, you find those at church. Or the strip club. Is it shallow to reject someone based on political identity? Like, you need to know their values and goals and, like, philosophy behind their label. Not just like, oh, I'm a Democrat, oh, I'm a Republican. That's too vague. That doesn't say anything, especially in this goofy-ass 2-party system.
I'm Max.
I'm Ira, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So what do you do for fun?
I thrift a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like clothing, furniture, like...
Honestly, all the above.
Okay.
Ira wants a man taller than 5'7". Are you taller than 5'7"?
I am 5'9".
5'9"?
Yeah.
For me, it's all about the leg proportion, no offense.
He was literally taller. He was literally taller than you. She said she wanted someone taller than 5'7", and he's 5'9".
I'll think of something interesting to say. I guess you could say, okay.
He just seems a little nervous.
He seemed a little nervous. I'm not gonna give him any time to actually answer a question to get to know him, though.
Hello.
I'm Ashley.
I'm Alex.
Fun fact about Ashley, she loves Jesus.
I do too.
Really?
Honestly, there is nothing better than a good smoked Gouda.
Oh, what?
Smoked Gouda?
What's that?
Cheese?
No! I would kill myself on the spot. They should have a button that's like instant euthanasia for things like this.
So what brings you here?
Honestly, I feel like I'm too attractive for Seattle. Objectively, I'm pretty.
I'm too attractive for Seattle. Objectively, I'm pretty. What?
I'm 22. I'm just figuring it out. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
so-
I'm 23, so yeah.
Okay, well, my ideal age is 24.
I turned 24 in March 15th.
What sign is that?
It's a Pisces. What about you? When's
I'm
your
an
birthday?
Aries.
Oh, cool. I really like astronomy stuff.
Oh, you're an Aries? I too love astronomy. This is the whole-flation I'm talking about. Pull yourself together, man.
I'm Jessica. Nice to meet you.
I'm Mo. Nice to meet you. Would you like a fruit snack?
No. Wait, what's your name?
I already said it.
So chat, how old are you? Oh, whatever you answer, just add 1 more year to that. That's my angle.
Forgot.
Rejecting his fruit snack, forgetting his name. I'm sorry, you are not hot enough. to be acting this way.
What's your vision? Like, because I'm planning for my kids, I want 2020, so it's not like...
I'm like minus 2 point something. We already have disagreements. You said you want your kids to have 2020 vision. I'm like,
Okay, then have 2020. Like, it's not my fault you were...
I love how she's so offended that he rejected her after she said straight up that she wants her children to have 20/20 eyesight. Shallow, shallow, shallow. Next.
Oh my gosh. How are you doing?
I'm good, I'm Ashley.
Is that Ashley?
Nice
Ashley.
to meet you.
You remember me, right? No, you don't?
Oh, no, I don't know who you are.
What is going on here?
Are you close, or?
I haven't seen him since, like,
No.
what, junior year of high school?
Yeah. Well, we're about to rekindle the relationship that was never there.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
Oh God, his hat. Least creepy male feminist.
So, what are you up to right now?
Going on with his
I'm a
haircut?
grad student at UW right now.
That's engineering?
No,
No.
no,
Medical?
no,
Law?
no.
So you're wasting your time.
I now know what the Zoomer girls are saying when they talk about the ick.
I'm getting a degree in intercollegiate athletic leadership. So I want to...
Intercollegiate leadership. I mean,
This isn't cool. Someone needs to tell this guy that this isn't cool. It's trying too hard. It's gross. It's creepy.
Very nice to meet you. You have a very feminine handshake. I appreciate that.
Thank you. You do too.
What?
Not in a bad way. She's like,
Okay,
not
hold
super
on.
firm.
Let's do it. Cause I
that's what I like.
look at my hand.
Why is his shirt open? That's my first question. And I'm confused about what he's going for the haircut. Like, he has a beard and a full hair, but then as you can see on the top of the hair, it's like shaved. Like, is it shaved on top? Does he has hair on top of his head?
Like, this is a thick ass hand.
Look at my hand. That's a manly hand. I'm a man. I have a manly handshake.
Hey, Steven, what are you most excited about to do after you leave here?
So go on a date with you, Quinn.
This is one of those guys that definitely like psyoped himself into believing every girl likes assholes or whatever. So he like performatively like acts like an asshole to try to get women. And the worst part is it probably works sometimes. Like, I feel like this would absolutely work on that like narcissistic Asian girl we just saw. I want to see them in the room together. An unstoppable force meeting an unmovable object. Shallow, shallow, shallow. All right, that is enough. I have seen enough of whatever the hell that was. So in conclusion, both genders have the ability to be shallow. And good luck out there, people dating. I do not envy you. Thank you to everyone who supports me on Patreon. I appreciate it so much. It helps the channel out a lot. If you would like to support the channel too, the link is down there. And I will see you very soon with a new video.
That was so weird. That was pretty much entertaining. It's okay, we already gave up on dating. True. Not worth when you know what's out there. I don't see the link you put in the replies, Reaper. On my QRT, I don't see it. I just looked again. Yeah, that's odd. Okay, let's find another video to watch. Oh my god, you guys are posting so much in this channel! I don't even know which one to pick. Bro. Anybody want to become a Reddit mod? I need to start a subreddit to post all these videos in. What's the deal with Concord? Is it worth watching a video on that?
The year's 2011.
I want to watch this. 4chan versus Mexico's most dangerous cartel. Why would you wish that on someone? Well, it would be my subreddit. It would be easier if like people could upvote the videos they want me to react to. Or if people could be like, oh yeah, I've seen this one, it's a good one. Because I'll never be able to watch all of them. Since I gave up on dating, hey Rima, how about we just get married? Wow, well thanks for thinking about me for your B choice. I'll think about it, Spider Bro. I'll have to think about it. You guys didn't tell me to turn off the background music for the last video. No!
The year's 2011, and the Los Zetas cartel is one of the most powerful organizations in the modern world. Known for their brutalness, this Mexican cartel had been responsible for numerous massacres, wiping out whole villages of people. From lavish drug kingpins to even a human trafficking ring, Los Zetas is filled with highly trained individuals, many of whom were former members of Mexico's special forces. At this point, Los Zetas owned about a third of Mexico, along with many—
How do you guys know about this? How do you guys know about this? There's no way you guys have heard about this cartel.
paid off politicians and businessmen. They even had a web of taxi drivers who would feed them information so they could keep tabs on where their enemies were located. Los Zetas used their immense power and wealth to stay in the shadows, hidden from the public view. Because of this, the Los Zetas cartel felt truly invincible. However, they would soon be thrust into the spotlight when 4chan's hacker group Anonymous declared war. But before we get to that, our story goes back around 1 year prior, at the end of 2010. During this period, Anonymous was massive. They were well known and respected by almost everyone around the world. The only people that didn't respect Anonymous were the evil individuals and organizations that were deathly afraid of them. But those are stories for another time. Anyways, Anonymous decided to launch something called Operation Paperstorm, and they even released a video alongside it, explaining their goal to the public. The original video is quite long, so I'll only play the important parts.
Greetings, citizens of the world. We are Anonymous. I want to talk to you about an important topic, or rather, an important change. In the world there are many wars with weapons, but there are more silent wars, which aim at the destruction of your fundamental rights. This silent war carried out by governments and private entities also want to make it more difficult for you to inform yourself about the events that are happening around you, filtering what you can and cannot search, say, or think. This is not only a waste of government money, but they also mess with the basics and freedom of the internet by trying in every way to privatize and censor information, websites and the free thought and word of the people. Anonymous, this is a revolution, and it's time to make a change. A change, no matter how small we can make it grow. This is an idea and you can't kill an idea, so take your mask, take to the
It's kind of like in that movie V for Vendetta.
street, and go public flyers, posters, stickers and spread them throughout your city. Come and participate in the event.
Anonymous felt that the information today was being censored and manipulated before it reached the public. Big corporations, governments, and even bad actors were doing everything in their power to spread their agendas. And it was getting to the point where it was affecting one of the last places of free speech, the internet. Because of this, Anonymous called upon people from all around the globe to partake in Operation Paperstorm, which aimed to spread awareness of the problem and even expose the corruption that is happening every day. A website was created to officially kick off the event so that users could download the original flyers and even share pictures of their art. The flyers detailed what everyone was expected to do. The plan was that on December 18th, 2010, users would take
Do you guys think they hired a graphic artist for this? And a video editor to edit together the thread?
to the streets and post pictures of anything they wanted to tell the world. So no one would get caught. They would all wear masks and strike in the middle of the night. When the world would wake up the next morning, they would see all the flyers and posters that members of Anonymous spread. It was perfect.
Wow.
At the end of the day, Operation Paperstorm was extremely open-ended, and Anonymous just wanted to rise up together to stop the suppression of free information. So 4chan's Anonymous began printing out the flyers. Anonymous users participated everywhere from the Netherlands, to Istanbul, to Germany, to the UK, to the United States, to Russia, to even South America. Operation Paperstorm was quite literally a global movement. And even though none of these Anonymous users knew each other, and they all probably had different backgrounds and upbringings, for that night, they were all united for a common cause. Anonymous did everything from exposing billionaires, to recruiting more people, to even displaying brave individuals in history, showing defiance against the system. This is what Anonymous was trying to portray, that they would stand up to anything for the good of the people, even if everyone else was being complacent. Operation Paperstorm would be a mild success, and users across the globe were able to show exactly what cause they were passionate about. However, one brave user
I wonder which billionaires they exposed.
in particular, who went out to protest during Operation Paperstorm in Veracruz, Mexico, would soon have their life changed forever. Not much is known about who this individual is, but one thing is for sure, they printed out flyers that the Los Zetas didn't like at all. So in the midst of Operation Paperstorm, while this member of Anonymous was posting these flyers, they were kidnapped by the Los Zetas cartel.
Whoa.
Anonymous would soon find out that one of their members was missing, and they were not going to let this slide easily, especially since the Los Zetas cartel encapsulated everything that Anonymous thought was wrong with the world. And so it began.
Oh.
On October 6, 2011, about 10 months after Operation Paperstorm, Anonymous released a video on YouTube directed to the leaders of the Los Zetas cartel. The original video is in Spanish, but I found an English version that was released alongside it.
Anonymous from Veracruz, Mexico, and the world, we want you to know that a member has been kidnapped when he was doing Paperstorm in our city. We demand his release. We want the Army and the Navy to know that we are fed up with the criminal group Zetas, who have concentrated on kidnapping, stealing and blackmailing in different ways. One of them is charging every honest and hard-working citizen of Veracruz who busts their ears working day after day to feed their families. We are fed up with taxi drivers, commanders and police Zetas officers of Xalapa, Cordoba, Orizaba, Nogales, Rio Blanco and Camarones, who are chickens and have made themselves the most loyal servants of these assholes. For the time being, we will not post photos or the names of the taxi drivers, the journalists or the newspapers, nor of the police officers, but if needed, we will publish them including their addresses, to see if by doing so the government will arrest them. We cannot defend ourselves with a weapon, but if we can do this with their cars, houses, bars, brothels and everything else in their possession, it will not be difficult. We all know who they are and where they are. You made a huge mistake by taking one of us. Release him. And if anything happens to him, you will always remember this upcoming November 5th. Knowledge is free. We are Anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Wait and see.
Wait, this is... They're kind of fighting them with information. It's like the new age. I wonder if it's gonna work out. I'm curious to see. Dude, this is what happens when 4chan puts the work to try to help somebody. maybe they can make something happen.
Anonymous was furious that one of its members was captured by Los Zetas. Because of this, they threatened to publicly release the names and addresses of the cartel supporters unless they safely released their captured
But in Mexico, that doesn't really work. Why? Because of corruption?
member, and they had until November 5th, about a whole month, to do so. If Anonymous released this information, it would absolutely cripple the cartel and would leave many of the members exposed to Mexico's federal government. This video sent shockwaves across Mexico, and people from all around the world were interested to see what would happen next. Anonymous then started the hashtag OPCartel on Twitter, which stood for Operation Cartel. They then waited for a response from Los Zetas. And waited, and waited. But after a few weeks, Los Zetas didn't respond to Anonymous, so they decided to release their first leak. They posted a website exposing the first member of Los Zetas, a man named Gustavo Rosario Torres, who was a Mexican government official at the time. A few years prior, he was accused of receiving $200,000 from a cocaine deal, and Anonymous not only confirmed this, but accused him of being completely bought out by the cartel. The video, along with the leak, was a massive threat to Los Zetas, and they felt like they couldn't appear weak. The question is, though, how do you fight back Anonymous? They are people from all walks of life, all around the world, without a central unit to target. It's quite literally impossible unless you want to start hunting them down one by one. But even that would be a massive challenge, especially when these users are using proxies to hide their locations. Los Zetas made it very clear that if Anonymous began exposing the people who worked for them, there would be a massive loss of life. Not only would they kill the person who was exposed, but they would even try to track down members of Anonymous. Intelligence agencies such as Stratfor warned that Los Zetas would hire their own computer scientists to track down anyone who posed a threat. Los Zetas have actually done this in the past by hunting down various journalists who continuously talked badly about them. This created a massive divide in Anonymous. Some users wanted to keep going and expose everything about Los Zetas, while other users thought that it simply wasn't worth it at all, and were afraid that the cartel would try to kill them and the people they exposed.
Hashtag OPCartel is dead. I do not wish to endanger other Anons.
Due to the safety risk imposed on all Anons, hashtag OPCartel is dead. Repeat, hashtag OPCartel is dead.
Although most users decide to back off.
Well, wait, what did they expect when they first went after the cartel? Of course they're gonna get threatened. Now they're backing off?
The Spanish-American users of Anonymous were too passionate and decided to proceed, even if it meant they had a chance of dying. They released a blog on the anonymous Ibero-American website, talking about their plans to expose the cartel, to try to dismantle it once and for all. They also urged the less experienced members of Anonymous to stay away for a while, so that they wouldn't get tracked down and killed. Anonymous then explained that there was a special task force made, which contained some of the best hackers that Spanish America had to offer. Anonymous then made another blog post, sending different messages to the cartels, the Mexican government, and lastly, the people of the world. This post was a rallying cry to let everyone know that they were angry and meant business. They wanted change so that the Spanish parts of America would be a better place to live, without the violence and corruption that the citizens had to deal with. It appeared as if Anonymous was not going to back down, and it was going to be an all-out war. However, only a few days after this post, everything seemed to change. Another blog was posted to the site, and what it contained was interesting. The member who was kidnapped by Los Zetas was released from their custody and returned safely home. Although he was badly bruised, he didn't have any long-lasting injuries.
Damn.
The blog also explained that Los Zetas had a message for Anonymous, which they told the member before he was set free. For each name Anonymous released that was connected to the Los Zetas cartel, they would execute 10 people, starting with the family of the Anonymous user that was kidnapped. Because of this, Anonymous came to the consensus that it wasn't worth putting all of these innocent people in danger, so they decided to leave it be.
I mean, their goal was to get that guy released, so at least they accomplished that.
Strangely, many different articles speak about this, and they all say that there was no evidence that a member of Anonymous was even captured in the first place. There were no police reports of missing people that fit the lost member during that period. Who knows if someone was actually kidnapped or not, or what any of these organizations' true intentions were. But one thing still stands. The final post ended one of the most insane internet standoffs of all time.
It was almost cool. At least he lived. Listen, that's the most important part. Yeah, they won and lost at the same time. I mean, their first goal was to get him released, so I guess they got that at least. Now I just wish when Rima spent 15 minutes trying to group with False. That was so hard. Who invited Toaster? Rima would come to this gun show? No, 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 no. No. Oh, that's the model laps you made. Oh shit, it's 25-minute long. You gotta do each strand per strand? Oh my god. What do you guys want to watch? You want to watch Internet Historian? Or more shoe on head stuff? Oh wait, there was something that somebody recommended me to watch. Okay, I'll skip a little bit ahead just because I need to make content for my second channel. My editors have asked me to stream today because they're going on vacation and he needs content in advance. So that's the primary aim with the stream. What is this? Oh, those are my ears. You do all that? Is that with a controller or a keyboard and mouse? How are you doing this? Are you doing a sketch? Basing yourself off a sketch? You did that with a controller? Which one of the Internet Historian video have you seen? I don't think I've seen any, but I'm getting a lot of history oversimplified. If you want me to react to something, you gotta put it in the react channel. Oh, you had a pic of me on my second display. Let me see. Fluffy ears. That looks so difficult to do, though. Yeah, this is the Forza decal. I can't believe you're doing all of that with a controller. That's crazy. Each part is a new layer. Oh my goodness. Oh wow, that's so pretty. The bows. Oh, you're making a group for the bells. Oh my god, my model is so detailed. That must be so AIDS to draw. It's so cute. Wow, that's very pretty. Boobas. Oh, you're applying shading here. That must have taken... How long did it take you total to do this? I want to see the final. It took 6.5 hours to make it? Oh, wow. Wait. That was so nice at the end here. That looks so dope. That's such a cool ride. Thank you so much. I had this video.
Look at me. Ooh.
People really recommended me this video. Men destroy feminists in survival competition after saying we don't need men. I don't know if this is true or not, but it's got 4.5 million views.
Ooh. You're in.
In my Discord is the reaction.
Yes. Go.
Surely I'm gonna die soon. We have nothing to drink. We don't know where we are.
I don't want to sound too cocky.
Why are they all tilting their hats like milady?
Early.
No, I don't think we should.
I don't think we should at all. But right now, we're winning.
You just order me about all.
Cut to man like pounding on their chest. This is the best time of their life.
The top.
Please, lady, just...
She goes on about those potatoes anymore. I'm gonna stab her.
This is the male version.
I feel dreadful. Honestly, I feel absolutely dreadful.
Dreadful?
I never thought I would be so desperate for food and water.
We don't care.
The water was not an issue. Yeah. And actually dehydration was your own fault rather than lack of water.
The expedition party are dehydrated, hopelessly lost, and wandering directionless.
Walking is painful now.
All night, no dry clothes and no fire, because we have to make the sticks.
Darling.
Are you it came towards me? It came right at me! Oh, we just got a prehistoric animal.
I need to be with my family, and I just need to be at home.
We do not care.
I'm just wondering, if you're doing a survival show, there's a camera crew, there's a production crew, there's vehicles to get the crew in place. If legitimately one of the person is gonna be in need of water, don't they have to give them water? They have to be in accordance with like guidelines, no broadcasting guidelines? That's what I'm wondering. Survival shows are BS, so it's... Oh, so there is a medical crew nearby. Yeah, they can't let them die, right? The woman failing was all real, probably. I feel like they didn't really get like Girl Scouts. Needed some scouts in there. Does disqualification happen in this show? Yeah, that's a good question. I think Survival had a death. They got sued because of that. That's probably like the worst case scenario though.
All the decisions we've made thus far have been made collaboratively. We've not needed to conform to a system where there's a leader.
Your disorganized group with no leader is the reason why you can't even figure out how to purify water, which is what led to this.
Call the medics! She's Fran! Fran's fainted!
We're winning.
I don't want to drink the water.
Decent water. The water was not an issue.
It's 2:30 now. No sign of a fire.
How can they now make a fire?
If I hadn't turned up today, and I turned up in 6 months, I bet these guys would be in pretty good shape.
It feels like a purpose on this island is just to be dehydrated.
Can I make a fire? Yeah, with a lighter. Wait, are they not allowed a lighter? What are they allowed to bring? Are they allowed to bring something? Clearly they brought their clothes. Supposedly, all the contestants for both sides were office workers that received training for this challenge, but not sure. I don't know if I believe it. Who was the guys' leaders? How do I make a fire? I just light a cigarette and use the fire from the cigarette to make the fire. Clearly, obviously.
Hydrated. So thirsty.
The women have now been without water for more than 48 hours, and they are dangerously dehydrated.
I feel really...
I'm just gonna keep on playing it.
Oh! Get behind it! Oh! Cut him off! Get him, get him! Another day, and once again,
were
no
they
break.
chasing a stingray? Isn't that how Crocodile Dandy died? No. I don't think that was him. The other guy that did stuff similar to Crocodile Dandy. Isn't that dangerous? Yeah, Steve Irwin. Yeah. Yeah, when I went to Mexico, there was a huge stingray right next to me. Like, literally right next to me, on really close to the shore, by the way. And everybody was petting it. But all I could think about was how Steve Irwin died, so I got a little scared and I got out of the water.
Breakfast.
Pass me a bit.
It's like snake crisps. Like pork, it's very like pork scratching.
Almost 2 weeks without a meal. The group is at the point of starvation. If they don't eat soon, there's a genuine risk their organs will start to shut down.
But when the pounds are dropping off because of starvation and malnutrition, it's a dangerous mindset to have. And it really is not the
Why
cause
do they have a
for
scale of all things? They have a scale?
celebration.
135 pounds. Harvey!
I used to go to slimming club, right, every Monday. I feel like I'm back there.
I have to say, I don't find starvation a good way of losing weight. I don't think we should be celebrating.
Look at the size of that.
Oh, I can't get the Titanic kimchi on my head.
That was like Titanic. See, if I was Kate Winslet, it was Leonardo.
I really thought we were going to have some until we left the island.
It's funny watching them realize that they can only say they don't need men while in the comfort of a first world country where men already provide them with everything they need to survive, but they can't even survive a week on their own without men.
Look at the size of that!
I hate the AI image with the cringe AI voice.
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, and so say all of us.
Are the biggest I have ever caught in all my life. And one of them is the size of a small dog.
I am eating myself from the inside. I'm just hoping that we can get...
The video is not a fair depiction of the show. Yes, the men did better than the woman, but the women were not useless. Many men clip. Well, obviously this video is made in a way where it's fun. I mean, I've been showing the same man clip since the beginning of the video. I figured that one out. But it's still entertaining and funny to watch. We don't take it as face value.
Some food.
Put the stew on, we're boiling the bones down, I'm trying to feed 11 people in the next hour or 2 hours.
Starving.
Yeah,
I'm
we know
thirsty.
this.
Like, surely I'm gonna die soon. Stupid place.
Daddy brought home the bacon!
Yeah! Okay, I was fun fact, I was actually in the Girl Scouts for a really long time. Yep. Yeah, were you guys in the sorry, not in the Girl Scouts. Well, Girl Scouts or Boy Scouts? Did you guys ever do anything similar?
But half the group is tied up trying to collect rainwater.
Believe this, how disorganised can they be?
They've hardly collected any water.
Was that the total amount of what we've just got from that rainfall?
They needed to... They need to cut the buckets in two so it collects more. That's stupid. Philippine Boy Scout literally forces us to learn survival skills. Oh yes, us too. With the cooking they served us, my survival skills was definitely tested.
When in doubt, send Vic out!
The expedition party has spent all day in the searing heat, only to find they've walked in one big circle, back to Coconut Beach.
How the f did that happen? I don't even understand. We cannot walk anywhere on this island without getting lost.
Let's rock and roll, boys! Let's rock and roll! I think we made it! Let's go! Let's go! Oh, this is exciting. This is Yes!
Why is it you're so adamant you're right all
Just
the time?
hold on. I'm not adamant I'm right.
Yes, you are, because you're dismissing everybody else.
Listen, I am...
Second one, boys, on the third, fourth, fifth, sixth!
I heard we had to survive an entire 4 hours in a mall with only a single $100 prepaid credit card. Oh, the horror. The horror. They served you food, you didn't have to get it yourself. Bro, like, the organization was based off our church. Do you think that the parents would have literally rioted if they made the kids go get their food themselves? We were like less than 10-year-old. What the fuck? Go fend for yourself.
7! Fuck off! I'm telling you, I'm not gonna come out!
What are they doing?
Oh, come on!
How did they make a net? How did they make a net?
Okay, well, where are we going now? Where are we going now?
Just
No
keep
more
going
confrontation or
straight.
arguing.
I don't want to lead. I'm sorry, I don't want to lead this group. I don't want to.
What the fuck? I can't fucking deal with this.
I was a supply
The
drop.
women have circled back to Coconut Beach for a second time.
I feel like I think I'd want to stay on the beach. That seems like the best place to sleep. And then you can like swim in the water during the day. Yeah. Yeah, let's, like, my plan would be you get on the island, you figure out how to do water on day one, you fish for your meal, you figure out how to do the fire at night, and then on day 2 priority is figure out how to do your homemade ale or something. The biggest challenge would be surviving the whole time they're sober. I think that would be the biggest challenge.
Having pushed through the jungle for 2 days, they're not one step closer.
Nice stick of the dog! Brilliant.
For the moment, absolutely buzzing. Yeah, definitely feel like a tribe on a hunt.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Everyone's come out.
Oh, shelter? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. You don't really need shelter though. You can just sleep on the beach, no? It hasn't rained a single day so far, in the montage at least. Okay, if it rains, you might need shelter. What do they do, by the way? Do they get to pack like a tent or something, or no?
Really need to know how I'm feeling.
I feel fine. Another day at the office.
It's really hard.
I feel really good, yeah.
Oh my God, that's... Yeah, it's enormous.
It's watching us. No!
Though potentially deadly.
That could be a lot of meat. That's your meal for the next 2 days right here. Hey, you don't even need to cook the fish. You can just make sashimi out of it.
To humans, a crocodile of this size could provide tens of thousands of calories for the women, who have barely eaten in days. The women decide to walk away from this potentially life-saving feast.
That shifty little has got closer, hasn't he? He's not scared of us.
You'd have to make some kind of spear, though.
Oh,
they did it. They did that.
Here we go,
Oh my God, so smart.
Go.
No, but don't kill it. I feel bad for the crocodile to die, though.
Get in there,
He's using both his hands to hold the crocodile mouth down. That's not the time to give your boy a high five. Keep your hands on the crocodile's mouth.
It's really hard.
Seriously, look how much meat there is on that bad boy.
Oh God, that is so big.
Yeah, boy.
I've spent hours rearranging wet knickers and washing all around this camp and squeezing it out and hanging it up for you.
I've been biting my tongue but all the time.
You don't want me to...
Oh my God! Holy!
I'm so ill that I just need to sleep. Like my throat, I can't swallow.
Enjoy the idyllic tropical sunshine. I think life isn't too bad after all.
We can't eat because we have no fire.
What aren't you just supposed to rub two like rocks together? Crocodile's jaws are only strong with bite force. Oh, they have barely enough strength to open the jaw? Oh, I didn't know that. A crocodile was in a plane crash in the Congo in 2010 and survived? Well, yeah, they're basically dinosaurs. Rima Survivor Edition? Next mini-series content on the channel.
The feast begin, boys. Yes.
Boys get stuck in, it's like chicken.
I mean, do they have did they get to keep their smartphones? If I can bring my phone, I'll be fine. I'll just Google like tutorials on stuff and I'll be fine. If I have access to Google, I can probably survive anything.
Because we can't boil it to purify it and sterilize it.
Oh, God, I feel like I have to Sunday dinner at home.
No phone, no charger. I wouldn't last an hour.
Absolutely lovely.
We're really struggling, guys. Oh, God, come on.
No, I have roaming everywhere in the world. Yeah, I've been to like islands and stuff, and I had roaming there. I'll be fine.
Char grilled to smoky perfection. Oh, that's good, isn't it?
I can Scarlet. I'm just so thirsty. We don't make fire today, we can do it tomorrow.
I have to say though, I don't know, the one big disadvantage is like if how long did I have to stay there? A month or less? You know, there's some area without network at all, only satellite. Yeah, satellite internet works well. You can get Starlink, Elon Musk internet. You just gotta prepare in advance.
21 little fishies for the dishes.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Can't do it.
How was it? Awesome. Absolutely awesome. A crock of this size could provide the men with
all kinds of gains.
whole camp.
I'm looking at your urine results and things here, and I'm looking at your weight charts and everything, and I'm looking at people whose kidney function is on a decline, and I cannot stand by and let that decline continue. Now, there's no easy way to say this.
Yeah, you suck. Yeah, you just suck.
I'm teetering right on the brink of pulling you all off the island for medical reasons, over. If you do not get control in 36 hours' time, you're coming off the island, over.
Go. Saki and Rupert couldn't have imagined they'd be confronting one of nature's most fearsome predators.
I'm gonna take that motherfucker down.
Armed with just a piece of string.
Supply by one over. I just wanted to let you know we need some supplies from you.
Hey, I'm not surprised, Tonight we feast like kings.
Morning. So I only need to wait for that.
That's literally what I tell my girlfriends when we're like we're about to have a Lord of the Rings binge like night, and we make like mac and cheese, and we're like, yeah, tonight we feast. We feast like kings. It's funny hearing it here.
Best to get boiled, which is going to take a long time. Right,
Water's just tipped over.
Sick. Now we've got one jerry can, and it falls predictably. I knew it was going to fall. By the time she's picked it up,
no, I meant
all the water's falling out.
He's a big boy.
You would think after all their failures, they would try to make some changes, but that would be way too logical, which is why they decided on continuing without a leader, just so they can all be equal.
I think. What prompts do you guys did type to get this fucking AI? Giga Chad, man sits on the throne, is the king of all mankind.
I think, personally, we need to decide on a leader.
I can hear you're really passionate, Georgina. I totally get it. But I think for me, we collaboratively lead the group
It's amazing how happy simple things like just finding misses. Life may not be so bad here.
Harvey, that system is not working because we've done that. And I think we're stumbling from one day to the next. And now we're in crises.
Something has gone wrong somewhere. What do you think has gone wrong? We're literally starved.
Okay, guys.
Come on.
Good.
No, just down in one. Blow it and then just
get rid of the legs.
Just protein in the legs. You said you were hungry. Yeah. That's man food. Man food. Yeah. Yes. Oh, mate. How does that taste?
Oh, it's food.
I'm proud of you, sir. That was amazing.
But what we need to do is, you know, try and work together without causing arguments, disagreements, unnecessary stress.
A few moments later.
I've had enough of everything.
What's your profanity?
With the net set, the men's attention turns elsewhere.
Has anyone had a wank since being here?
Why should I let somebody boss me about and tell me what to do? I'll do what I want to do.
You cannot stand there and go, I'm going to do what I want to do, and if someone's telling me what to do, I'm not going to do it. But we all need to come together.
Exactly,
but
the arguments have started already.
It's not an argument, Jenny.
This is what happens when you try and elect a leader.
It's amusing how they can't stand each other or work together, even when their life depends on it. They're only focused on their feelings and what they want to do. On the other hand, the men understand they need a leader to get things done efficiently. So they elected the most qualified man without letting their feelings get in the way.
Alright, who's the most qualified man in the group then? The Giga Chat? The AI commentary is so cringe, man. It's a little red pill.
Wank.
Yeah, Montage is alright though.
What, we haven't done them wrong? Over there! No, we're already.
Only once.
Right, show me where your hands.
But I feel like the women's group, it's like, I feel like, you know, when in high school or in college, when they force you to work together in a group, and you're literally the only one doing anything in the group, and there's like a few slackers and they bring everybody down. I feel like that's exactly what the women's group was happening.
Not to go around there again.
I'll do
Meanwhile, everybody is like getting, looks like they're, from what I'm seeing in the video, from the few snippets, it looks like everybody on the men's group's getting along. They're always complaining.
When I want. I don't want anybody to tell me what to do, bossing me about.
Yeah.
Fed up.
I feel like the men's group are all like remotely, whatever that, insert the right word here. They're like athletic and kind of young. Meanwhile, the girls, it looks like there's much more, like there's a big varying age gap, it seems.
It's horrible.
Wow, beautiful.
Relatively, yeah.
It's so beautiful.
Jamie!
Oh, Jules.
That looks terrible.
What's wrong?
You're so weak.
This is ridiculously wonderful.
I do not want to be on camera today. If anybody films me, I'll kick off.
What's it like? What's it like?
It's beautiful. Man, this is amazing.
Mate, this is bollocks.
Get B and get on the blower.
See, like, I don't know if I'd want her on my team. Like if I have the choice of who's on my team, but on the guy side, I don't see anybody that I'm like, nah, I think, you know, I feel like they would all do fine. But I'm kind of judging based on looks, I suppose.
Don't ring anyone. I'll get it out. No, you won't. No, you won't.
And I knew it. I knew the stereotype was wrong, you know? But I knew they could nail this.
I wouldn't consider getting medical interventions and supply handouts to keep them alive as nailing it, but to each their own.
Anyway, guys, make sure you subscribe to
The Modern King.
for exclusive content.
If you enjoyed this video, I promise you'll enjoy this next video.
I'm good. Interesting. You guys want me to watch an History Simplified one? Did it show the turtle scene? No, it didn't show any turtles. It's very cherry-picked, of course, of course. I mean, the music, the editing, everything made it so, you know, the main POV is, as we saw from the AI commentary, very biased. But it's still, like, the comments... For the woman, it was the hardest week of their lives. For the men, it was the strongest break from their wives. People eat that shit up. You guys send me videos like I mixed every hot sauce into a bottle. Was that because of my jalapeno tweet?
This is...
Rima could single-handedly survive in that scenario? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Just give me a horse. Just need a horse on the in a wild and I'll be good. Yeah, just give me a horse, horse, phone, lighter, and a month's supply of alcohol. I'll be good.
is Australia. For the man who imagines being strangled by a tarantula while a kangaroo breaks his
No,
kneecaps
I'm not eating the horse. I'll be riding the horse on the beach. I'm gonna have a great time.
thinks, yes please. For the man who pictures himself being eaten by a snake in the burning outback while eating a Vegemite sandwich and thinks, yes please.
What's a
And that man
Vegemite?
was Governor Arthur
fuck?
Phillip, who landed in eastern Australia in 1788, presumably saw a dingo being eaten by a crocodile, being eaten by a death adder, being eaten by a koala, being eaten by Mel Gibson, and thought to
No.
himself, yes.
We watch the videos on koalas and that's not true. They only eat poisonous leaves. What if you have no food? You can find food anywhere. You can literally eat bugs, it's protein. And there's a bunch of plants you can probably forage. And then you can, there's literally fish everywhere in the water. Oh, it's a savory spread that's popular in Australia? It's like soy sauce jam? Okay. I've never had that.
Good. Now I know what you're thinking, but oversimplified, the British didn't discover Australia, the Vikings did. And you'd be wrong. I'm not sure why you'd think that. But hey, if you love Vikings so much, then why don't you check out today's sponsor? Vikings War of Clans was inspired by the PC strategy and RPG games of the 90s we all...
No! Microtransaction mobile game. That was kind of what the AI voice was saying, indeed, Jack. I really like what they do with those videos, by the way. I think it's so cool that you... Because I really like producing stuff. I'd love to produce like small animations for historical video.
Only from my links in the description box below and get the special bonus of 200 gold coins and a protect.
Bro, if you send me like a month in the wild, I'll come, like, you guys will come find me after 30 days and I'll have become like the mother of wolves or something. They'll have accepted me into their tribe and be living as one of them.
Active shield.
I'm not beating the coyote allegations.
Buy! Man, this is great. The market will continue to grow forever. But what if it doesn't? Oh crap, I never thought of that. Sell! And the stock market crashed, which led to economic downturn, which meant banks wouldn't lend anyone any money, which led to more economic downturn, which meant everyone stopped buying stuff, which led to more economic downturn. And hey, what if all the crops in the Great Plains were destroyed in a drought and then a big dust storm engulfed the area? That's right, more economic downturn. And in an effort to combat the crisis, America began imposing tariffs on foreign imports, which made the economic downturn go global, and the earth got really depressed. But one nation that was hit harder than most...
America influencing the rest of the world, as usual. You guys always gotta fuck things up for the rest of us.
Most by the whole affair, Australia. The problem for Australia was that it relied heavily on its export industries, and in the current economic climate, no one was buying. To make things worse, Australia had introduced its own currency and pegged it onto the gold standard via the British pound, but then the UK started messing with its own peg on the gold standard, and if this is starting to sound confusing, then let me oversimplify it for you. Hey UK, looks like my car's broken down. Want to give me a tow? No problem, friend. I got you. More economic downturn. The point I'm trying to make is things weren't good, and in particular, it was Australia's farmers that were suffering most. After the First World War, Australia had given returning veterans land for farming, but with the current economic crisis, the farmers just weren't making enough money, and many left to go find work in the cities. But for those who remained, things were about to get even worse. Before we get into that, it's time for some cultural exchange.
Oh my god, I'm so bad.
My national bird is the bald eagle. It's a strong patriotic symbol of America and a deeply valued and protected species. My national bird is the peafowl. It's a beautiful creature whose vivid colors represent India, so we list it as a protected species. My national bird is the emu, and it's a pest.
Ew.
Also bloody delicious. Emus, 6 feet tall, 90 to 120 pounds, and able to run at speeds up to 40 miles per hour, usually return to the coast after their breeding season. But suddenly they found Western Australia full of lush, wet farmland. Oh my, look at all this delicious wheat that just so happens to be growing here in large quantities. Hey guys, get a load of this. You know, look at all this delicious wheat that just so happens to be
My father grows a lot of vegetables and stuff in the garden, and because we have a lot of wild animals that came and ate the fruits, he like got some really spicy jalapenos and he hid them inside the tomatoes, and then they never came back.
Oh yeah, that's really good. Oh yeah, every day. Hey, who left this big hole in the fence? Guys, get a load of this. Oh wow. That's what I am. What a lovely morning for some farming. What? Those damned emus? They have it in for me. They're bullies. They're nothing but bullies. Calm down, Bruce. They're just animals.
I thought that's why people get dogs and stuff, to protect the... Oh no, it's to protect the herd, not the plants.
It's not personal. Hey, Farmer Bruce.
How fast is 40 kilometer? In kilometer? I thought it was 40 kilometer per hour.
Where did you find that hat? The toilet?
Whoa.
Yes. 20,000 emus cost the already struggling farmers millions more pounds in lost crops and damages. The situation couldn't continue like this. Something had to be done. So in 1932, the farmers turned to the government for help. You'd think they'd
Wait,
go
you
to
guys
the
think dogs couldn't be able to fend off emus? Emu? Really?
Minister of Agriculture, but these farmers said no. This is a job for the military. So they went to George Pierce, the Minister of Defense. That's right, Australia was to go to war with the emus. But not everyone was happy with the idea. This is barbaric. We can't go slaughtering thousands of our own national bird. Oh, come on, guys. The machine guns will make it quick and painless. Machine guns? You're using machine guns?
Emus are big, but they're bird. They're literally birds. I've never seen a bird that was smart, except maybe crows.
This is animal cruelty. Look, I know it's unusual, but it's not like we're poachers turning the birds into feather hats. Think of the benefits. It'll be good target practice for our boys. The government can show it took action. Plus, I can get myself a nice new feather hat. Did I say feather hat? I meant I want to gather chat with you about getting you all some nice new feather hats. Did I say feather hats? I meant I want to wage terror at these emus and turn them all into feather hats. Damn it! Of course, Pierce first made the farmers sign an agreement saying that they would pay for the whole thing and that Pierce wouldn't take any of the blame if the operation, that was clearly very stupid, turned out to indeed be stupid. And the operation went ahead. Major GPW Meredith and his men were sent with 2 Lewis machine guns to hunt down and take out the evil emu population in Western Australia. Target spotted. Well, was it an emu? No, sir. It's an emo. Damn it, Jones. Learn your vowels. I'm sorry. Okay, it looks like the humans are coming for us. But check this out. I've come up with an amazing plan. See if you can follow me here, okay? When they approach, we run away. Sir, you're a genius. Pierce sent a camera crew along with the machine gunners to capture some good old propaganda for the government, and the first battle took place in November at Campion. The men spotted a mob of emus from a distance, so they set up their guns and opened fire. The emus split up into smaller groups and ran in every direction. The men were only able to kill what they called a number of birds, but the vast majority got away. Cut! Surprisingly, many of the emus were able to take multiple bullets, but still run at full speed to safety, causing Meredith to compare them to tanks, saying if we had a military division with the bullet-carrying capacity of these birds, it would face any army in the world. Okay, we need to get closer.
Oh, I got an idea. They should have trained, they should breed their own emus to fight for them in wars and stuff. Yo, that's so fucking smart.
No, you idiots, not to me, to the emus. Oh, sorry. No. I like it. So next, they tried sneaking up on a large number of emus near a local dam and firing at short range. Maybe the men were just unlucky, but my professional opinion says the emus were magic, because both guns jammed after just 12 emus were killed, and once again, the rest got away. Cut! The men were feeling a little humiliated after losing to a pack of discount ostriches, so they decided to move further south, where the emus were said to be tamer. And this time, they had a new strategy. Okay, Jones, here's the plan. You mount the machine gun in the back, I'll chase the emus, you shoot.
Hey, that
Got
should
it?
work. That
Got
should
it.
work. Bro, they suck.
I'm gonna shove that camera up your... The operation was a fiasco, and the press had a field day. In Parliament, Pierce was lambasted, and an opposition party member suggested that medals should be handed out to the emus, who had won every round so far. Pierce, feeling quite humiliated, called the operation off, but 4 days later the farmers approached again and said, "Hey man, the emus are still eating all our crops. Can you send the army back out here?" And Pierce was like, "Yeah, okay." So the operation was back on for round 2. And this time Meredith and his men had learned the emus' guerrilla tactics and were much more successful, with reports suggesting the men were cutting down 300 emus every week. I hope you boys are getting great footage of this. What on earth are you filming? Despite the success, the media had lost interest in the whole thing. But with 1,000 emus killed, Pierce finally ended the operation and returned to Parliament declaring victory for the humans. So there were 20,000 emus out there destroying crops, and you've killed 1,000. Meaning there's still 19,000 emus out there. Yep. And in addition, you've burned through 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Meaning you wasted 10 rounds per confirmed kill. That's right. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call this one for the emus.
I mean...
At least I got a feather hat. What? What? So in the end, the emus won the Great Emu War of 1932, and the emus continued to wreak havoc on the farmers for years to come. The government introduced a bounty system, which saw some success. But for a moment, let's take some time to remember the brave men who said goodbye to their families and risked their lives to take on the great, evil emu population in Western Australia. But even more importantly, let's think of the friends they made, the bond they created, and the memories they shared.
I don't believe this story. It's fake. Bro, there's no way. Just get a cowboy on a horse and he's gonna shoot the emus. I don't get it. It can't be that hard. There's no way it's that hard. How fast do they run? 40 kilometers an hour? That's like your car when you're stuck in traffic. It can't be that hard.
To golden fields and sights of days gone by. It's where the heart lies. With stories on.
Hey, guys? I solved the emu crisis. Really? How? I just made some better fences.
Yeah, that too. Shit, he does everything himself? Wow. Yeah, but I mean, also, I don't think they should destroy all the bears. They're gonna become endangered. They're gonna become endangered species. They shouldn't destroy all the birds. That's messed up. Oh, they were very certain the bullets of the times aren't that efficient. Why do you guys have the most diabolical creatures in Australia? I'm gonna let you guys think about that while I go to the bathroom. Okay. Why Mark Zuckerberg is pretending to be human. Everyone is suing Logan Paul. Okay, I'm gonna read a few titles. You guys tell me what you want to watch. Everyone is suing Logan Paul by Legal Eagle. Moon video. Why Mark Zuckerberg is pretending to be human. I don't know he was pretending to be an AI. How streaming destroyed TV. Oh, you know what? I feel like this. Maybe this is the one. I feel like I'm gonna complain a lot. I'm gonna malt. You guys will malt if you see how many channels I'm subscribed to, by the way. You guys want to see the Zuck? Okay, let's see.
This video is sponsored by Nvidia.
I like his videos. He's super negative though. Like every single one of this video sells you this very doom and gloom idea, but I get it. That's That's exactly the channel, and he does it very well. His videos are very good.
Video AI. After a decade of failed attempts and endless mockery, it seems like Mark Zuckerberg's PR team are doing everything possible for something to land. You see, for years, ostensibly, Zuckerberg didn't seem to care at all about his public image, wearing the same casual uniform of jeans and a grey t-shirt. He even told interviewers that this was his entire—
He hasn't changed in like 20 years. Is he even human? Yeah, exactly.
wardrobe, but also that he didn't have to waste his brain
Moon is good, but he's a total doomer. Yeah, it's a little black pill.
power on making a decision. But since then, the tech billionaire has become hated by everyone, constantly hit by controversy after controversy. Meanwhile, his persona was so strange that it was nearly impossible for him to convince people that he wasn't actually a robot with human skin.
Can you circle all the traffic lights, please?
Sorry. That wasn't even that funny, but I thought it was.
You actually did it. That is very impressive performance.
Everyone everywhere saw Zuck as a reptile. Even with his recent appearances in the Octagon, the videos of him surfing in his deep-faked beard has his PR team finally turned a corner. Or is the facade gonna slip once again? And if so, why is Zuckerberg doing all of this? Why is he trying to change his public persona so badly? Well, even before Zuckerberg created Facebook, he's had his problems with how he's perceived by others. When he created the website FaceMash, fellow students were outraged, and he was eventually brought up on disciplinary charges. He had used photos of other people without their consent. It didn't win him any friends, but Zuckerberg was allowed to continue his studies and build Facebook using Harvard's name and credibility. Judging by his company's more recent history, he clearly didn't learn anything about personal data from the whole episode, but he also clearly didn't care about the repercussions either. In this case, there weren't any. And for the next decade, it seemed like Zuckerberg didn't put any thought into how he looked to the public. At every event he went to, the future billionaire wore the same combination of dark jeans and a grey t-shirt, trying to replicate the Steve Jobs look, and this did the job it needed to do at the time. This was Mark Zuckerberg as the
There's some... Do you guys remember the billionaire that was big on the Wall Street Reddit? There's like this image associated with quote-unquote like geniuses that that you dress very simple, but now it's just kind of adopted as an aesthetic. And that guy that is facing charges right now, I didn't follow the lawsuit. I don't know if it happened, if it's done, or if it's ongoing. But he was a fraud pretty much, and his business partner told him to, you know, arrive late at meetings. He would deliberately arrive late at meetings, look disheveled, and, you know, wearing like cargo shorts and a t-shirt to have that look. Like, you don't really care about what you look like. Who? I have a name.
genius, prodigy, super nerd. His apparent innocence and childish appearance matched up with how people thought of Facebook back then. He didn't want people to consider what the company was really doing, or his views on the quote dumb fucks using his own site. People were actually happy to entrust the most intimate details with him and his website, and they had no idea that they couldn't be trusted. It didn't really matter that Zuckerberg was awkward and uncomfortable in front of the camera though. It was clearly just what he was like. Take a look at this interview with Mark Zuckerberg from 2004, back when Facebook was in its infancy.
The magnitude of what you think you've launched, how big do you think your product or your service is?
Well, it's impossible to tell. When we first launched, we were hoping for, maybe 400, 500 people. Harvard didn't have a Facebook, so that's the gap that we were trying to fill. And now we're at 100,000 people, so who knows where we're going next.
This was well before he'd had the motivation or the resources to train himself for the camera, but his authenticity and his earnest enthusiasm comes off well. He does seem a lot more likable and alive than he would in 10-15 years time, but it would take over a decade for his nerdy persona to stop working. Facebook had seen countless updates and redesigns over that time, billions had poured in, and with Facebook's meteoric rise came a huge hatred towards Mark Zuckerberg himself. In 2020, when the social network was released, it painted a pretty unflattering picture of Zuckerberg. His depiction on screen by Jesse Eisenberg was calculated, cold, and ruthless, giving the impression of someone who betrayed his friends and colleagues to take control of the business and make more money. While Zuckerberg did deny the allegations and said the movie was completely unrealistic, his protests mostly fell on deaf ears, and the film's release also coincided with a set of lawsuits from his former founders, who all won multi-million-dollar settlements for their parts in Facebook's history. While lots of it was just the—
I was thinking of, I think it is, Sam Bankman-Fried, and he did get his case settled. Sentenced to 25 years in prison for stealing $8 billion from customers of the now bankrupt FTX cryptocurrency exchange. Oh, it was crypto. I don't remember that at all. Why is everybody on the Forbes list like cursed? But yeah, this guy, he had a lot of press on the way he dressed because he looked like disheveled. But now we know it was like all intentional, kind of. There's nothing wrong with dressing down, but it's kind of weird to dress down to project this image. I mean, I guess everything is a PR nowadays.
The part of the film's story, it was too close to the truth for it to not hurt Zuckerberg's public image, and by 2014, things had only gotten worse.
Oh yeah, you're right. Elizabeth Holmes also kind of played that card. She was like obsessed with Steve Jobs. Anyway, it was just a small tangent.
Zuckerberg's public appearances were few and far between, but when he did enter the public eye, it rarely went well. People were already accusing Mark of being some kind of robot or lizard or robot-lizard hybrid. This was likely a result of PR training gone wrong, and you could see how awkward this had made him. It looked like he was trying to calculate his responses before he actually reacted to anything. Then in a public...
Yeah, it's like he's looking at the interviewer, he's like, alright, I gotta act human now. What would a normal human respond here? Show emotions.
Q&A session, he made this mistake which only confirmed people's fears.
But it is gonna bother you because you're human, and I was human. I am human, still.
It would be the first of many uncomfortable mistakes to come. Each time he accidentally played into the joke, it only got worse. If only Zuckerberg and his team knew how to make good YouTube videos. Maybe then he'd be more popular. But you don't even need a team to make good YouTube videos. You can make great videos without anyone even editing it, which is where InVideo comes in. Video AI is the world's most used AI video creator with over 10.
I knew it. I can spot them from a mile away.
Tasks of scripting, editing, and finding relevant footage so that you can bring your ideas to life, or just using simple text prompts.
I'm diving into the fascinating journey of one of the most influential tech figures of our
text prompts in ways you'd never video to language. Are you curious about today? I'm diving into marketing tools packed in human jobs getting your projects to life. Projects that would be out of a plan that start cloning. In a number of video generation, the social network came across as one of the most antisocial people ever. Everyone everywhere began to think of him as this inhuman puppet master, tugging at the strings of society with his immense power over social interactions. His influence was invisible, but people could tell it was there. Zuckerberg's public image was always closely linked with Facebook's public perception. For the next few years, both of them would suffer from a long list of controversies. While 2016 might have been a great financial year for Facebook, seeing them nearly double their profit, it was the beginning of the end for their brand. 2016 was also the year it became impossible for people to ignore their control over public discourse. Facebook's own researchers had released studies claiming people were responsible for their own echo chambers, but the years to come would prove them wrong. In the pursuit of making the site as addictive as possible, Facebook only showed people things they thought they would agree with.
I read an article the other day, and there was actually a study that they launched within Facebook about how the app was addictive, but also how people showed like longer response and more time on the ad to negative posts about somebody that's from the outer circle, so somebody that doesn't belong to your social circle. Or like politic figures that don't belong in your political sphere. And Facebook actually buried that research and shut it down, and they refused to take the research advice.
Was a part of what made the 2016 election in the US one of the most divided and bitter contests yet. As minor controversies and public criticism kept on coming, Zuckerberg could no longer hide behind his jeans and t-shirt public image, and this is when he began the first of his rebranding campaigns. This one, which began in 2017, focused on making him look like a politician. His Facebook posts, which used to be cold and corporate, now showed him in board meetings with military generals or dressed up in a racing uniform with a NASCAR driver. Each post came off like it was designed to make him look more presentable. Then there were the countless photos of him talking to world leaders. It seemed like he was setting himself up as their equal, and people speculated he could be laying the foundations for a presidential campaign of his own. It never panned out. Either Zuckerberg was either planning a run in the first place or he lost his nerve. It didn't help that Facebook was about to get the worst press it ever had. In 2018, a scandal broke which destroyed the last shreds of trust people still had with the site, as well as in Zuckerberg himself. It was a massive breach of trust. Cambridge Analytica, a firm that specialized in political advertising, had gained access to tens of millions of people's user data through the site. They'd taken it and made profiles on groups of voters, selling the information to various political campaigns so that they could target their own adverts more effectively. Now, Facebook didn't actually sell the data to the firm, but they had let thousands of third-party apps harvest their users' data through the site. They got their profit from that, and they asked no questions about where all this private information was going. Once they began to shut it down, it was already too late. It wasn't—
I hate that data selling is a thing now. I hate it. And it feels impossible to fight against. Or like opt out because it's literally everywhere.
That hit Zuckerberg. Instead, it was what happened in the aftermath. There were the fines and calls for regulation, but they never really amounted to anything substantial. Facebook was too rich for it to really hurt them at all. The US government was keen to look like they had any kind of control.
Yeah, it should be illegal. Fuck that.
Over the situation though, so they pulled Zuckerberg in for questioning. First, he was put in front of the Senate, but it soon became clear how little they actually understood about it all. A lot of the time, it felt like watching a kid trying to teach their grandparents how to use a computer. In one particularly disappointing moment, Zuckerberg was asked how Facebook actually made money if it was free, like it was somehow going to expose them.
There will always be a version of Facebook that is free. It is our mission to try to help connect everyone around the world and to bring the world closer together.
Well, if so, how do you sustain a business model in which users don't pay for your service?
Senator, we run ads.
Another senator asked him how many data categories they store.
How many data categories do you store? Does Facebook store on the categories that you collect?
The Congress hearing wasn't much better, with one member of government seeming to get confused over the difference between Twitter and Facebook and what they actually are. But it wasn't the actual content of the hearings that people remember.
Sir, this is a Wendy's. Data selling has been a thing for a couple of decades, yeah, but you don't think that it's reached a point where, like a culminating point? Bro, the politicians, they're so facepalm.
Remember, it was the way Zuckerberg acted. He gave a completely different impression than the carefully choreographed, staged pictures he put online. Under the spotlight, Mark was incredibly uncomfortable. Every time
He's literally from outer space when he's on the spotlight. Hold on, sir. I need to load a little bit.
blinked, it looked like he was trying to remember to do both eyes at the same time. When he drank water, it was like he was trying to replicate something he had only ever seen people do. He even used a booster cushion to make himself look taller while sitting down. Or maybe they had given him a chair that was too small just to mess with him. But the internet nonetheless was predictably merciless, and the jokes probably hurt a lot more than the fines or the great threat of regulation did. For someone who'd spent years trying to build a public image that people actually liked.
Hold up, the way he drinks water is odd. That is true. I don't know who noticed it first, but props to you. It's so awkward. It is. Look at how he's smiling.
Even with a giant Hollywood movie, it was all back to square one. A reputation isn't something you can just buy, even if you're one of the richest people on the planet. Now, Facebook can make back the fine 10 times over, but the humiliation would last forever. While money might not buy you a good reputation, Zuckerberg really put that to the test. He started throwing millions at tons of different charities, as well as making sure that the newspapers reported on every single donation. It was a tiny portion of his overall net worth though, so whether it really meant anything is up for debate. But when the election came around in 2020, Zuckerberg was keen to avoid a scandal this time. He held out longer than most on banning Trump from the platform, while generally keeping Facebook out of the news with only a few slip-ups. But being silent and avoiding the public eye wasn't going to last long for Zuckerberg. Other billionaires and tech moguls had turned it into yet another competition. Instead of just competing over who was the richest, they started pushing themselves into the spotlight as much as possible. Elon Musk was a master at this. For years he'd been called the darling of the internet. People were comparing him to Iron Man. He was always popping up in films and TV shows, usually just as himself. And like any good empire, they needed a cult of personality. When just being visible wasn't enough, Musk would then push forward whatever controversial opinions he think would make his name trending again. When he bought Twitter, it was clear that he wanted out of it. If he could control some level of the public discussion, he could keep himself in the spotlight. And it clearly worked, even if the response hasn't been as positive as he would have hoped. Other billionaires like Bezos took a different path. He'd bought the Washington Post in 2013, but as the PR arms race went on, he started...
Elon used to be cool? That's funny, I was just thinking of that. I think it's the thing with every celebrity, right? Social media has made us much more aware of every single thought that goes through their head. And when we don't know them that much, they look more mysterious, you know? They look... there's that sense where they look a little cooler. Yes, exactly. The more you know, the less you like them. Like, oh wow, you live a very different life than me, and that, yeah, we don't really, we're not very relatable. I mean, we can't really relate to them.
Actively using it to push himself into the spotlight as well, and using it to clear any controversies like when his pics were revealed. A decade later, when he stepped down from the day-to-day running of Amazon, he got even more closely involved. As lots of the old leadership at the paper retired or moved on, he picked his own people to run the show. Now, there's no evidence of direct interference in what the paper publishes, but you would be hard-pressed to find any decent criticism of their owner. It isn't the only way they've set out.
The more we learn about Rima, the more horrified we get. Flashback to the Bonnie and me collab.
To manipulate the masses. While Elon and Bezos have been trying to maximize their public profile, they've also been pushing a new image to match. Both of them have been trying to play into whatever masculinity they can cling onto. Bezos with his cowboy hats, leather jackets, and fluorescent Miami shirts, whilst Elon has aligned himself with the right, whilst also changing up his style. It's clearly become a competition between them. You can be sure they're still looking at each other's vast empires with tape measures in hand, trying to figure out who's really the richest. But competing over who's the manliest opens up a whole new playing field. Zuckerberg has been in this game as well. It's been the perfect opportunity for him to try and escape the negative attention he's gotten over the past decade. There's already been evidence of him using Facebook and his other platforms to boost his own image and deflect criticism. In what they called Project Amplify, positive news stories and things that showed Facebook in a good light were pushed to the front of their platforms. In 2021, they also rebranded the entire company, although they insisted it wasn't because of the many controversies associated with the Facebook name. Facebook, which by this point owned tons of other apps like Instagram and WhatsApp, became Meta. And while the metaverse itself didn't really ever take off, it's still been one of the most effective rebrands in recent history. It's at least gone better than Twitter's rebrand under MasterX, which still hasn't really stuck with most people. The name change coincided with a change in Zuckerberg's public persona as well. He's been at the vanguard of this new way for tech billionaires to advertise themselves. It's been much more effective than any of his previous campaigns. Take his new interest in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and MMA, for example. Over the past few years, he's been clearly working hard at it. His progress, at least for an amateur who's now into his 40s, has been very impressive. Suddenly he's joining all these podcasts with Lex Fridman, Joe Rogan talking about it. And it's a massive shift from the computer nerd persona he showed off for years, or his strange world leader phase that ended with his Congress hearing. It could just be part of his new competition though. Physical stability is another thing that you just can't buy, so it's understandable they'd be competing over it. Musk even challenged Zuckerberg to a public cage match, although it never really went anywhere in the end. And it's unlikely either of them were that serious about it, as it was yet just another PR move. It seems that way because their whole public rivalry has clearly been useful for both of them. They put both of their names into the news again, with the potential fight making a much bigger splash than their ongoing Twitter war. And with the rise of the UFC, it was a perfect mix. It also drowned out the negative press both were getting at the time. And while Elon hasn't really done anything to make it look like he's actually interested in the sport, it does seem like martial arts is a legitimate interest of Zuckerberg's. He's at least seemed a lot more natural and comfortable in MMA shorts than he is speaking in front of crowds or doing interviews. Yeah. And as I mentioned, he's been going on a bunch of podcasts, a move which other billionaires
normal with baggy clothes.
doing interviews. And as I mentioned, he's been going on a bunch of podcasts, a move which other billionaires have taken to push themselves further into the public eye, all to help the brand image. When he went on the Lex Fridman podcast, he even sparred with him afterwards, blending the two things together. But this isn't the only thing Zuckerberg has been doing to look more relatable to the public. Recently, he posted a video of himself surfing with an American flag in one hand and a beer in the other. It's a hobby that he's been doing for years now, the surfing part at least. However, years before, this was actually a source of one of his many humiliating moments. A camera caught him with his face absolutely covered in sunscreen, like the face paint of a clown, but now he's figured out how to use it to his advantage. He's also finally grown out his hair after keeping the same short style for decades. It's hard to tell whether it's been helped along by a hair transplant though, like the one that Elon Musk certainly had. He's also started just dressing so casual, chilling in Hawaii, always seeming to have fun, not being that political, taking the piss out of other billionaires. And now he's even wearing chains in interviews, and seemingly acting way less robotic at events. And it does seem like he's enjoying this persona more than—
Why are billionaires trying so hard to be relatable? It's so funny. I don't know what the video said, that his rebrand was really effective, but I'm still not buying it. I think he's AI, guys. Lizard new persona download.
than all of his previous ones. And it seems with the rise of Meta stock that it's actually working. Whether it's authentic or not, or if he's just faking it, is another matter entirely. And people aren't just going to forget all the reasons they don't like him, but all of these massive PR changes are working, and it's directed attention away from Meta's current problems to Meta now seeming like the future. Even though right now the Federal Trade Commission is preparing to go to trial with an anti-monopoly case versus Meta, this has all been hidden under the bush. But if they're successful, Meta could actually be forced to give up some of its most successful apps like Instagram and WhatsApp. And with Facebook slowly dying as its user base gets older and the metaverse failing to materialize, it would put the company on very thin ice. Every court is vulnerable to the pressure of public opinion. So if people aren't clamoring for the death of Meta and a robot lizard like Zuckerberg, their lobbyists will have an easier time pulling the strings and the lawsuit could get pacified. Now people are surprised about Zuckerberg's so-called transformation because it's the first time he's even closely resembled a real person.
True.
But that might fade over time, although it has certainly done one thing that Meta and Zuckerberg needed right now, which is changing the conversation. If people are talking about the photos of Mark with a fake beard, then they aren't talking about Meta's awful privacy record, their meddling with society, or any other major problems. With any luck, this defection won't work. And
I'm registering this. Did they Photoshop fake beard on him? What the hell? It is really amazing what machine learning can do. He almost comes across as human sometimes.
Zuckerberg will still have his day in court.
Dude.
What the?
How many subscription to like streaming services do you guys have? I mult every time I get a Prime Video ad still. And they've implemented that like months ago. 0? Oh my god, is it just a me problem? You guys were supposed to say like 20, so I feel better. Seriously? What is this? There you go. Alright, I don't want to think about it anymore.
The hell happened to TV? All your favorite shows are getting canceled. The few that do stick around make like 6 episodes every 2 years, and all the most popular shows are reruns from 20 years ago.
True.
I guess people are nostalgic for the good old days when you worked in an office and TV didn't fucking suck. Somehow, even though the average user is now paying more for streaming than we ever were for cable, the companies are all losing money, and the people who actually make the shows are barely scraping by. You know, I thought the streaming revolution was supposed to fix TV and usher in a golden age of cheap, high-quality, watch-when-you-want entertainment. So what the hell happened? Well, The answer is that the entire streaming revolution was built on a lie that is on the verge of destroying one of the most successful industries in the world. And you know, this one is personal to me because I happen to work in this industry, but none of us are safe because the big tech playbook that
I thought actors were really well paid.
That gutted Hollywood is gearing up to annihilate your industry next. Now, before we get into it, I just want to thank everybody who supports this show on Patreon. Head to patreon.com/Adam Conover. You can get every monologue and podcast I put out ad-free, but more importantly,
honestly, every day I open like my 6 streaming services, find nothing new good to watch, and then I close it and I just rewatch like something I've already watched for the 20th time.
you can join our online community full of smart, curious people who love complaining about how screwed up the world is just as much as you do. Head to patreon.com/Adam Conover and join us. We would love to have you. And of course, if you like stand-up comedy, come see me on the road. Head to adamconover.net for all my tickets and tour dates. Here are some of those dates right now. Wow. Come see me, adamconover.net. Remember 2013? We were all eating froyo and doing the Harlem Shake at the thrift shop with Macklemore, and everything on TV was amazing. Critics were calling it a new golden age of television and peak TV. TV was such a cultural force that entire websites were devoted to recapping the previous night's episodes, and the shows themselves were genuinely incredible. You had cutting-edge dramas like
It does, professional gentlemen. On the flip side, Squid Game 2 will be out soon. I think Squid Game 1 was like perfect on its own, so I'd rather not they make a Squid Game 2. But, I mean, the director was really good, so maybe he can make it work. But I don't think it required a 2. That's another thing I don't like, is sometimes there's really great movies and really great hits and they're gems on their own, and we kind of just want to milk them as much as we can for as long as possible.
Mad Men and Breaking Bad, crowd-pleasing comedies like Parks and Rec and New Girl, edgy satire like Veep and Eastbound and Down, and massive hits like Game of Thrones and The Walking Dead. And sure, there were some annoying things about the old days of TV. There was that big cable bill, you had to watch all those Geico caveman ads, and you had to wait a whole week to see what wigs they'd wear on the next episode of The Americans. A whole week for wigs! Companies were making bank, the writers, actors, and crew were making a living, and the shows were so good that people were literally saying that TV was better than movies. But you know what? Today, nobody is saying that shit. When you open Netflix or Peacock or Max, you see a bunch of shows you've never heard of that nobody is talking about. I mean, which one of these is a real show and which one was mocked up by my producer, Tony? You don't even fucking know. And once you finally find a show you like, it gets 2 6-episode seasons if you're lucky, and then it's canceled. I mean, what is this, England? Was the Boston Tea Party for nothing? And even though it now costs more to have the top streaming services than it did to have cable, the streamers are somehow losing money. Huh. Maybe it's because the executives keep buying so many ugly-ass puffer vests. I mean, how else could Peacock lose almost $1 billion in 1 quarter? And how, in 2022, could Titan of Industry and Canadian tuxedo ruiner David Zaslav lose Warner Brothers Discovery over $2 billion in 1 quarter? I mean, we knew the guy was
apparently Warner Brothers doing really bad.
Good at murdering your favorite character, but somehow he's also murdering his own profits. So how did this happen? How is Hollywood losing money by the Zazful while you pay more? Well, the answer goes back to the big tech company that promised to revolutionize Hollywood, Netflix. Let's travel back to the 2010s, the golden age of television. Netflix was fresh off the bloody evisceration of their loathsome enemy Blockbuster. Americans cheered their victory, their stock price was through the roof, and Netflix was looking for its next dinner.
Yeah, his humor is not my style. And the loudness is a bit annoying, but I need to know what's gonna happen next in the video. Because I also want to complain about streaming services, and this video is confirming my bias. So it's very cathartic.
So they decided to storm the gates of Hollywood with a brand new business model, streaming. Netflix made the public a simple promise. For $8 a month, you could watch almost any show ever made whenever you wanted with no ads. This was an almost impossibly
cool.
good deal. And
when Netflix came out, it was $8 a month. It was so fucking cheap. Anybody could afford it. And it was so cool. I used to watch everything on my laptop. It was simple, easy. I binge watched many shows. And now it's all gone to shit.
And the public went feral for it. So many people canceled cable and signed up for Netflix instead, the media gave the phenomenon a name: cord cutting. But this almost incredible deal was always too good to be true. How was it possible to replace all of television with a service that costs just a few cups of coffee a month and has no ads? I mean, advertising used to fund almost the entire television industry. You weren't actually paying the bills, the Zoom Zoom kid was. Zoom Zoom. Zoom Zoom. The fuck was that ad? So how could Netflix afford to offer such an amazing deal with no ads at all? Simple. They were subsidized by Wall Street, who showered them with ta-dum loads of cash because they told investors that they'd disrupt the entire industry and form a monopoly. And just so you know that I'm not exaggerating when I say that, a Netflix executive literally said that their entire objective was to replace all of television. Netflix grew so quickly and was so blunt about their quest for world domination that the rest of the entertainment industry shit their fucking pants. I mean, the network heads saw what Spotify did to the music industry, and they did not want to become the next meal. So when confronted by this new threat, they did what good capitalists have done since the dawn of time. They ripped their competitor off. Every entertainment company rushed to launch a Netflix clone. Paramount created CBS All Access, Paramount Plus. Warner Brothers launched HBO Max, pretty soon they're just going to be calling it meh. And Disney created both Disney Plus and Hulu, which they're now trying to smash together like two dickless Ken dolls. Each of these companies threw away the profitable business model that has sustained them for decades in order to replace it with Netflix's. But this was a deadly mistake because Netflix was
I just hate that all the shows are not in the same spot. Like, you want one show, you gotta subscribe to Paramount. And then you want to watch this other show and it's on HBO. And then this other one is on Disney. It's so annoying. Just put them all in the same spot.
never designed to be a sustainable model for a television network. It was designed to kill the television industry. It was a Trojan horse, containing within it 3 fatal flaws that, when duplicated by the legacy networks, caused their businesses to collapse. First up, we have Netflix's most famous invention, binge watching. You know, at first, binging was a cool...
Yeah, Pirates Bay was cool, but it's not always the highest quality, and when you have a TV, you don't feel like setting up your whole... Like, because I used to do that a lot, right? And you have your whole little setup. We used to have cables connecting the laptop to the TV because like the Bluetooth wasn't out yet. Or it wasn't working well. I don't remember. Yeah, I'm too lazy for that now. I have like a big smart TV. And I just want to use it.
Cool novelty. Instead of waiting a week to watch your favorite show, you could gorge yourself on the whole thing right away. When House of Cards dropped, an executive I used to work with at College Humor bragged to the whole office that he watched the entire season the very night it dropped.
That's insane. The entire season in one night. That show was really good, by the way. House of Cards was so good. Fire Stick? What is a Fire Stick? I don't even know. I think there's something that's happened with Pirates Bay recently. They're getting sued or something. You know, that website doesn't even make any money. That's crazy for how popular it was. Just because I don't have an eye patch anymore doesn't mean I'm no longer a pirate. I actually love pirates. I love pirates. Seems like a fun life.
And at the time I thought, wow, this guy gets paid a lot of money to have more free time than me. But today, binging has become an obligation. In fact, it's now how the streamers measure success. They expect their audience to binge the entire show as soon as it drops, and if we don't, they cancel it. But who has time for binging now? I mean, the average American is lucky to have half an hour free after working 2 jobs to pay rent and putting the kids down. If we're binging on anything, it's cereal for fucking dinner. I mean, we're supposed to watch 5 hours of TV a night, and if we...
Is the new let them eat bread, let them eat cereals? Let them eat cereals.
Don't, Wednesday gets it? That's ridiculous. I mean, binging is literally a use disorder. Binge eating, binge shopping, binge drinking, none of those are good things. In fact, binging is bad for the shows themselves. That's because binging kills the most important form of marketing in television, word of mouth. With a weekly release schedule, every time a new episode comes out, people talk about the show. You know, almost no one watched Breaking Bad on the day the first episode dropped. They watched it after hearing 10 friends for 10 weeks say, I need someone to talk about Walter's Tidy Whities with, or I'll go breaking mad. But with binging, that momentum never has time to build. A show drops, and then a week later, no one is talking about it. You know, earlier this year, Netflix released a new 160...
Yeah, it's true that the momentum dies faster, but... I mean, what about movies? They get released once and people just watch them more, no? I think if it's actually good, people will talk about it regardless. Maybe I'm biased because I love binge watching stuff. And I get annoyed when I get drip fed every show and I have to wait for each episode. At least 3 episodes. The minimum should be 3, not 1. At least 3. 3 is a good ratio. You know, it's not too much, it's not too little. Because your first instinct should be to press next episode. So you gotta fulfill that little tick.
$60 million show from the creators of Game of Thrones. But I bet you haven't thought about that one in a while. I mean, this was a good show,
no,
but it was in the conversation for 3 days and then...
All right. He said this was a good show. So, opinion disregarded for the rest of the video. The Acolyte is probably a money laundering scheme. I haven't watched that show.
And everyone went right back to watching Suits. The obsession with binging is also why the streamers make seasons that are so short now. When I made the G word for Netflix, we were told that our target was to make it short enough that people could binge the entire series in just one night, because that's what looked best for Netflix's success metrics. And you know what? That's all well and good for a limited series like ours. But there are so many types of shows that just don't work with a binge model because they're better consumed a little bit each night for months on end. You know, the reason people like sitcoms is because you get to spend long enough with the characters that they start to feel like your literal friends. And that is why
parasocial relationships.
Some of the most popular shows on streaming aren't Netflix originals. They're reruns of old cable and network shows that made dozens of episodes every season for hundreds of episodes. And yet, despite their overwhelming popularity, none of the streamers are making shows like these anymore. In fact, entire...
Literally the best times is when you're like, oh, this show I really liked had a season come out and I didn't hear about it, so they're all available for you and you're like, yes, I can binge watch the season in 3 days.
Genres of TV that people love have just disappeared. You can't binge game shows and you can't binge late night shows, so the streamers don't make them at all anymore. But that doesn't mean people don't want to watch them. The game shows that my friends at Dropout make are wildly popular, and late night comedy actually has more viewers than it ever did. They're just watching it on YouTube. I mean, you are literally watching me do what I used to do on TV right next to where you watch Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert. And that means that the companies could have come up with a business model for streaming that supported daily or weekly content. But no. They all followed Netflix, gorged themselves on binging, and threw up entire genres of television into the YouTube toilet. Hey, speaking of streaming subscriptions, how closely do you track your bank statements and credit card history? Rocketmoney.com/Conover. The second fatal flaw at the heart of the
Spider bro, you got the booty mousepad? Whoa. Thank you. I hope you enjoy. Oh, part 2, Death of the Media Brand. I would like to get like a medieval looking book like that. Like a nice thick one.
The streaming revolution was the death of the media brand. So, back in the old days, before Netflix, the big media companies divided themselves into multiple sub-brands, otherwise known as channels, each of which was for a different audience. As a teenager, I watched Comedy Central because I loved comedy and bleeped swears, while my sister watched Animal Planet because she was an animal lover who was obsessed with meerkat gossip. And my grandpa watched TV Land because he was f***ing old. These were famous, popular, valuable brands that people loved. I mean, I literally identified with Comedy Central. It felt like a channel that was made for me. And that was good for the company because advertisers were willing to pay more to reach a specific audience of dumbass, edgy 16-year-olds. But Netflix didn't want to target a specific audience. Their goal, remember, was to be a monopoly, so they needed to be everything to everyone.
Where's Juan at? People have said that there's too much stuff going on in my overlay. So I put him down. I'm joking. He's alive. Juan is alive. He's resting right now.
So what did the legacy media companies do to compete with that? They threw all those beloved brands in the fucking trash. Comedy Central was once the most important brand in American comedy. They didn't just create some of the most successful TV comedies of all time. They also produced stand-up specials, comedy albums, and live events. They were an essential part of the infrastructure of the entire comedy industry. There is no reason that Paramount, Comedy Central's parent company, couldn't have come up with a business model that brought this beloved brand into the digital age. But no, in the process of competing with Netflix, Paramount fired Comedy Central's leadership and forbid it from making new scripted shows. And now it's nothing more than a sub-pane on Paramount Plus. This happened across the media ecosystem. MTV, one of the most famous TV brands of all time, now airs nothing but reruns and doesn't even exist on streaming. TBS, TNT.
Oh my god, MTV.
My old network True TV, all famous brands that used to make unique shows that people loved, had their entire staffs laid off and now make nothing. And even HBO, one of the most valuable brands in media, the cathedral of television synonymous with quality, Warner Discovery took its goddamn name out of the streaming service. I mean, I understand HBO Max. It's HBO, but there's more. But what the fuck is Max?
Yeah, what is
Maximum
Max?
what? It's like if Coke Zero...
Wait, I still have HBO. I don't get it. Yeah, MTV was always going to die. That was inevitable. It belongs in that era. Like, who the fuck watches music videos? Oh, it's Stream Maxin? Ah, I see. HBO still makes shows though, right?
changed its name to Zero.
It made House of Dragon.
What's in the bottle? Fucking nothing! But the media brands of a decade ago weren't just good for business. They were good for television as an art form. Because they attracted a specific audience, they caused the companies to make unique shows that catered to the tastes of that audience. That's how we got edgy dramas on FX, cutting-edge comedy on Comedy Central, and weird-ass stoner animation on Adult Swim. But when you try to be everything to everyone, you just end up making flavorless pap. I mean, Netflix describes the perfect streaming show as a gourmet cheeseburger. And yeah.
He lost me a little bit on the comedy rant but it's maybe because I'm just not a big watcher of comedy. I like stand-up comedy from funny guys. And I do enjoy some late night shows here and there, but I guess I mostly watch them on YouTube now. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm just not a big comedy watcher. I don't really care about these type of shows. I think Netflix is just making bad stuff. Like, you can make good documentaries and good comedy and good action movies. They just don't, because the writing sucks.
Sure, everyone's fine eating a gourmet cheeseburger. You know why? Because they all taste the same. But if you want to cook a dish that's daring, something new and different, you have to take a risk that not everyone will like it and cater instead to a more specific taste. So if you've been wondering why the streamers have started making generic, common denominator programming choices, I think this is why. They stopped trying to make you happy and they started trying to make everyone happy. And that is simply not a recipe for greatness. It's the recipe they use at the Guy Fieri burger joint on a Caribbean cruise. No shit.
I do feel like some streaming services are more catered towards certain audiences. For example, Stars. Stars does like all the period stuff, the period drama or historical documents. That's why I like Stars.
Hey, the guy, by the way, I love Triple D. Give me that donkey sauce. Zoom, zoom. And that leads us to the third and biggest problem with the streaming business model. See, Netflix's goal was to take over the world, but they did so by copying the most exclusive, least scalable business model in television, HBO. See, back when Netflix started, HBO was the most prestigious and admired network on television, so Netflix set out to copy them. CEO Ted Sarandos even said, the goal is for us to become HBO faster than HBO can become us. But at that time, HBO was just one small part of the television ecosystem. It was a premium status symbol paid for by rich people who didn't want to pollute their viewing with tawdry ads. HBO was so fancy, it was literally advertised as a perk at hotels. Ooh, how la-di-da, a place where I can cheat on my wife sexually and by watching The Sopranos without her. But in reality, most people couldn't afford HBO. Hell, half of us watching Game of Thrones were just borrowing the password from our rich friends' parents. The real cash cows of the TV industry were free ad-supported broadcast channels like CBS, NBC, and ABC, and paid ad-supported cable like Nickelodeon and Comedy Central. The advertising on those channels subsidized the cost of the media, lowering the price to a level where more people could watch. It is simply not possible to get as many people to tune in for $15 a month as you can for free. Because the truth is, as much as we all hate ads, and I do hate them, we hate paying for shit more. I mean, you could watch an ad-free version of this video if you just subscribe to my Patreon, but you didn't do that because you'd much rather...
But I'm subscribed to YouTube Premium. No, I think I hate ads more.
watch me do an ad and get the content for free. And that's fine. If you want as many viewers as possible, you have to offer an ad-supported option. It was simply never going to be the case that the future of TV was everyone subscribing to multiple ad-free HBOs for $15 a pop. There are simply not enough rich people on the planet to make that sustainable. So by throwing away the advertising business model that had supported them for decades, the legacy companies did massive damage to their own businesses. They are now losing money hand over fist, while Netflix, the company that tricked them into running off the cliff, is close to its goal of replacing all of TV. And so what is Netflix doing? Why, they're adding ads and jacking up the price. Which, of course, they were always going to do. That too good to be true deal was always just a promo, funded by Wall Street and designed to help Netflix kill the competition and take over the industry. And all the other CEOs were so gutless and so brainless that they fell for it. They threw out the advertising, the sub-brands, and the weekly release schedule that made them fucking rich. But you know what? Bob Iger and Zaz, they're gonna be fine. They're still making bank. It's the rest of us who pay the price. Hollywood has started making less.
I'd be okay if they showed the ads at the beginning of the show, like before the show starts. Just give me 2 pre-roll ads. I'm fine with that. And a few trailers. I like trailers. I actually just enjoy watching trailers for fun. Sometimes the best part going to the movie theaters was just having the trailers play like before. Like, oh yeah, this movie's gonna come out soon. How long is your merch gonna be up? I think they said it's gonna be up for a really long time, but just the promo code might run is within a certain date.
Shows. And since August 2022, the entertainment industry has seen more than a quarter of jobs laid off. Things got so bad last year that writers and actors had to go on a 6-month strike for basic worker protections. And even though we won enormous gains in that strike, including protections against AI, today writers, actors, and the crews that make your favorite shows are struggling to find work.
I feel bad saying that. I don't know how bad I feel for them to strike. Like okay, I'm gonna rephrase this. I've issues sympathizing with them when they went on their strike, because every time we see an actor, they're like some of the most paid people on earth. But maybe we're not, you know, we're not really seeing the ones that are struggling. As for the writers, well, I don't know I don't know how the money is divided for writers, but lately they haven't been writing good shit, okay? So I just want to blame them. I'm kind of just blaming them right now for all the bad scripts we've been watching. So forgive me, I have some trouble sympathizing with them, but I don't want to be mean. Maybe somebody's pocketing a large amount of money, and maybe what if they write like a really good movie and they don't get to sell it for a lot. But I thought like scripts for movies get sold for a large amount of money.
Why? Because these idiots killed a profitable industry chasing a big tech mirage. And did we get the revolution they promised? No. TV is worse, we pay more, and average workers can barely make a living. The rich got richer, and everyone else got fucked. And the worst part is, this bait-and-switch business model is coming for every industry in America. Uber and Lyft did it to the cab industry. Amazon did it to the retail industry. Airbnb did it to the entire housing market. They use Wall Street money to undercut the competition. Then once they're in charge, they jack the prices up on you, all while paying the workers peanuts. They promise a revolution, but what we end up with is something that's worse than what we had before for everyone except the rich people at the top. And it'll keep happening as long as we, the public, keep falling for it. We need to start recognizing this pattern when it starts, not when it's already too late. So the next time the tech disruptor snake oil salesman shows up and starts tap dancing on your porch, promising you something too good to be true, just slam the door in his fucking face and go back to watching TV.
No, I'm just gonna keep paying less and pressing accept all terms and usages like a trained monkey. Because that's what I am.
Thank you so much for watching.
Sounds like grocery store duopoly in Australia. What's duopoly? Oh yeah, you could watch some streams and support your favorite anime girl. What if they do the ad pop-up in the corner you can't remove unless you pay them? Isn't that evil? You know what? I have Windows 11 on my computer, and there's ads that pop up on my fucking desktop. That's right, I pay more to get the latest tech, and I get rewarded with a freaking ad. And I gotta click close ad to put it away. I hate it. Average life expectancy lower than 30, then pirates, poor hygiene, insane rules, gratuitous violence, betting tavern wrenches, and always on the run. Well, they went by the code of pirates, though. It's some kind of code of honor. So back in the days, some people who Well, I guess now it's probably worse to be a pirate, but if we're thinking about the pirates like back in the days, for some people that weren't born in a good position in life, being a pirate was a better life for them, or a more just and equal life for them than living in certain countries. Pirates are NTR. Everything's NTR for you, Kawasa. I can't disable that. I think I tried to. Alright, you're gonna have to show me how to. I have the Nuzagi collab soon. I don't know if it's still happening. We have time for one more, probably. A video about foxes? Where's the Canada one? I don't see it. The pig war?
This video.
Wasn't code of honor, was practicality. If you sword them, even if they don't resist, then they're more likely to resist or you spare instead. No, there was a code of honor. Like when they divided the loot and stuff. Yeah, it was a pirate code. It was somewhat democratic, yeah, exactly. It was brutal and ruthless, but it was somewhat democratic.
Was made possible by NordVPN. Click the link below to stay safe online and get a huge discount off a 2-year plan with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Trouble sleeping? Need someone to snuggle? Then why not snuggle? Me! The limited edition oversimplified plushie
That's such a good idea for an ad. I'm gonna steal that idea for the Rima plushie.
is available for pre-order for a few days only. Get it quick along with some beautiful new character pins. Look at us, boys. We've only gone and bloody done it. We beat the Brits and secured independence. Now to expand westward and conquer the rest of the continent. Thomas? It looks like a bunch of different people already live out west. What? Oh no. That means we can't expand. I hate my life. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I didn't say they were white people. At the end of the Revolutionary War, when the United States secured its independence from Great Britain, the two sides met in Paris to settle the terms. Among various things, they discussed American territorial gains, and the British granted them a generous amount of land out west. However, Benjamin Franklin appeared to have an additional fascination. Oh, Canada. So voluptuous. You think we can maybe acquire some of that? Quit ogling our territory. But look at those curves. I'd worry less about Canada's curves and more about your own curves, Benjamin. Many in America suggested that one day, the Canadian colonies should become a part of the United States. In response, Britain suggested that many in America should shut the hell up. Well, if Britain wasn't going to give up Canada, then the two sides had to agree on where to put their border. Easy enough for the most part. Follow some existing borders, add in a few rivers and lakes, maybe even a parallel for good measure. But then there was a question. What would happen here? Straight line, straight line. And so it was.
It's like
the border would go from the north.
Me and my friends, when we try to divide the territory area in Civilization 6, and I always get a little greedy.
Westernmost point of this perfectly oval-shaped lake and continue in a straight line westward until it met the Mississippi River. Perfect. Or was it? Well, as it turned out, the lake didn't actually look like this, but like this, and the Mississippi wasn't here, but here. So in the end, none of that made even the slightest bit of sense. Don't blame the founding fathers. They were just using the best map available. Blame the guy who made it. But to the minds of the day, the issue had been solved, and it was finally time to start getting along. Oh, back to war they go. The Glorious War of 1812 saw the Americans try to invade Canada, and the British burn down the White House. But when all was said and done, it was pretty much a draw. And once again, America and Britain had to enter into peace negotiations. By now, both sides realized the original border they came up with was a piece of hot garbage. And since America had also recently obtained a huge amount of land from Napoleon, they decided they would need to re-examine the border issue. Straight line, and so it was. To fix the problems of the previous border agreement, they decided to go from the northwesternmost point of this lake, as had been previously agreed, down to the 49th parallel, and from there the line would go straight as an arrow up until the Rocky Mountains. But beyond the Rockies, the two sides couldn't quite agree on where it would go next, because both sides claimed the territory beyond the Rockies was theirs. See, throughout its early history, America as a nation had its eyes heavily fixated on all that juicy land out west, ripe for invasion. Settlementation. America wanted to expand. Not only was it their right, some believed it was a destiny given to them by God himself to multiply and spread across the continent, like rats. Or disease. Okay guys, just before we take over everything, God definitely said this is what we're meant to do, right? Yeah, that's what he said, right? Isn't that what he said? And who was it who spoke to God? It was Billy, right? I thought it was Sharon's cat. I hear voices all the time. Well, it was one of us. There's no way we made this whole thing up to justify our ruthless collective imperialist tendencies. Yeah! All right, well, in that case, let's get out there and make the world a better place, just as God intended. This belief in divinely destined expansion would later be given its very own name, Manifest Destiny. But America wasn't the only one interested in controlling the Western territories. At the time, Canada was made up of a number of colonies, collectively referred to as British North America. This one over here was owned by the Hudson's Bay Company, a British charter company dedicated to turning as many beavers as possible into as many felt hats as possible, as quickly as possible, and the indigenous people became a key supplier. As a result, the British were also eager to control the land out west and secure that region's valuable resources, and in particular, the Great Columbia River was deemed vital to the beaver business. So when it came to the question of what would happen to the border beyond the Rockies, the conversation went a little like this. The line should keep going straight because we're manifestly destined to gain the entire North American continent. No, we need this river so we can keep scalping beavers. Look, why don't we just draw the border along the river? That way we both have access to it. Well, that would be a completely fair compromise that protects the interests of both parties. And there's no way I'm ever going to agree to it! Having come to a roadblock, both sides simply agreed that for now, they would jointly occupy the Northwestern Territory. They were both free to settle and trade there. But rest assured, the agreement was only temporary. Eventually somebody would get their way. Oh, yeah. Listen, Yank, we can jointly occupy this land, but I ain't sharing anything else. I don't want to see you using my toothbrush. I don't want to catch you wearing my underwear. And I don't want to catch you using my computer and selling my data to advertisers. Well, then you, my friend, should use NordVPN. What the fuck? Do you like giving strangers your passwords to your most important online accounts? Me neither. Destiny and a joint occupation of Oregon. And one man living here who felt the territory should be British was James Douglas, the Hudson's Bay Company's no-nonsense chief factor at Fort Vancouver. What a beautiful, unspoiled corner of the British Empire. I've got my spotted dick, my Spice Girls fan club membership, and an unrelenting negative outlook on life that affects everyone around me. What are you looking at, Stephen? Yes, truly British. What the? The problem for men like Douglas was that many Americans had already begun streaming up the Oregon Trail. Gunslinging, howdy neighboring, diarrhea having. By the thousands, they were pouring into the Oregon Territory in search of land to settle and farm. This, however, crowded out the fur trade, and eventually, a very bitter Douglas and the other Hudson's Bay traders at Fort Vancouver were ordered to relocate north to a new base of operations. But the Americans keep coming and they don't stop coming. Hopped in their wagons and they hit the ground running. Didn't make sense to keep sharing Oregon when they outnumbered the Brits more than 6-1. And suddenly, the whole joint occupation deal was being called into question. Newly elected President Polk maintained that America had an obvious claim to the entire region, even implying a possible war with Britain. Fiery language from U.S. senators declared that American rifles would annihilate the Hudson's Bay Company in Oregon, and America even gave Britain notice that it was pulling out of the joint occupation agreement. The British were alarmed as the two sides stood on the brink of war. But in the end, neither truly wanted to fight. The British favored maintaining good economic relations, while the Americans had already gotten themselves into a war with Mexico. So after a bit of back and forth, the British finally said, "Fine, you wanted a straight line? There's your straight line." And so, the agreement was made. The border would continue directly to the Strait of Georgia. But because the British insisted they keep Vancouver Island, it would then move south through the center of the channel and on to the Pacific Ocean. Finally, the issue of the northwest border had been solved. Hold the phone. Discrepancy detected. Enhance frame, 200%. Enhance. Enhance.
Oh no.
Oh, too far. Perfect. Now, show me the exact wording of the treaty. The line of boundary goes to the middle of the channel, and thence southerly through the middle of said channel? But there's loads of channels.
They didn't know.
So, you tell me,
Did they not know there was islands there?
dear viewer, which channel is the treaty referring to? And therefore, who owns these islands? Is the wording of the treaty maybe a little too vague? Well, that's exactly the problem encountered by the people living in the area. The British insisted that the channel intended by the treaty was the Rosario Strait, and therefore, the islands were British. The Americans, on the other hand, argued that the intended channel was the Harrow Strait, and therefore, the islands were American. At times, the debate became rather heated. Even the individuals who negotiated and signed the treaty at times didn't seem entirely sure which channel the treaty meant, and representatives from the Hudson's Bay Company begged them to make it clearer. But thousands of miles away, the people in power simply had more to worry about than some tiny islands in the middle of nowhere.
Order! Order! Shut up!
All right.
I like this old school parliament meeting with all the wigs and the men shouting at each other, and somebody gets up and yells something and everybody's like, yes, yes, or boo.
Listen up, we got a lot to get through. The 7th Earl of Gissingham says he encountered a foul beast in the fields of Upper Fardingdom late last night and put this sketch together? That's a poor person, Darren. Ugh, next, Lord Piddlingham says he has a new mole on his backside? How is that parliamentary business, George? Oh, some islands in the Pacific Northwest are in dispute and could lead to a war with America? Boring! Fine, let's take a look at that mole, George. And so, for now, the islands were simply held in dispute. Were they British or were they American? I'm sure this conflict won't cause anyone to die. And one man who thought the islands were undeniably British was James Douglas, now the governor of Vancouver Island. He had already once had American settlers encroach on his territory and force him to move. And by golly, he wasn't going to let it happen again. As far as he was concerned, those islands were not only British, but prime agricultural land. And given the chance, those glubby Yanks wouldn't hesitate to start pitching flags with their glubby little hands. And so, he came up with a plan. If the British settled the islands first, then that would surely secure them for Britain. And so in 1853, Douglas sent an Irishman by the name of Charles Griffin, along with some Hawaiian shepherds, to go set up a sheep farm on San Juan Island. And set up a sheep farm they did. The place was rammed with sheep, 1,369 to be exact. But within those flocks of woolly cowards could also be found a number of beautiful, prized Berkshire pigs. Oh, Porky, you look stunning. You're the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. Would you perhaps like to go to the island bowl together tonight? Oink once for no. Roll around in that cow crap if yes.
Yes! I'm covered in poo and I'm the luckiest man alive!
But life on the island for Charles Griffin wasn't to be a perfect paradise of pig pageants. Because unfortunately for him, the Americans also believed the island was theirs. One day, in 1854, an American customs collector was sailing around the islands on the outlook for bands of native tribesmen when he spotted something. Aha! I've got you now, you savages. Over yonder. Those are sheep, sir. Sheep, you say? What are they doing here? Let's go and negotiate with them. Negotiate with sheep? Are you crazy?
I'm perfectly stable, you rat bag! Call me crazy again and I'll eat your eyes!
Hello, good sir. We request to speak with your leader. Out of my way. Allow me to parley with this foul beast. Hey, stop threatening my sheep. Your sheep? You mean to tell me that you, a British subject, have illegally imported these sheep into American territory? I'll have you know that you, an American, are currently trespassing on British territory. The Americans felt that they were entitled to collect taxes on the British property, you know, because the island was American, and they threatened seizure if dues weren't paid. The British, meanwhile, threatened to arrest the Americans, you know, because the island was British, and the two sides were in a standoff. To give Charles Griffin the legal power to deal with the American trespassers, Douglas said, "Hey, put on this wig." Boom, you're a magistrate now. And in turn, Griffin went to one of his Hawaiian shepherds and said, "Hey, I'm making you a constable. Put on this badge." The British then went off to arrest the US Customs Inspector. But, being an American, he emerged from his tent with 4 pistols and a giant knife, so the Brits had to back down. Eventually, raids by northern tribes chased the US officer from the island, but the Americans weren't done yet. Officials from nearby Whatcom County in Washington Territory believed the island fell under their jurisdiction, and they decided it was time to make the British pay up once and for all. They sent one Sheriff Barnes to go confront Charles Griffin. "Hey, you owe us $80.33 for all this farm stuff you got here. Go suck an egg." Oh, I see. So that's how it is, huh? That's how it's gonna be, is it? That's the way in which things are, eh? That be how it will, is it? Will it be how that is, huh? That be the way in which things be the way they are, is it? Get off my property! So the sheriff and other Whatcom County officials felt they were now well within their rights to seize and auction off Griffin's sheep in order to recoup lost taxes. And who would they auction these prized breeding rams off to but themselves? Then, in a pretty chaotic scene, they worked to tie the rams to their boats. And when Charles Griffin came running to rescue his kidnapped sheep, being Americans, they pulled out guns on him, and he had to back down. In all, Charles Griffin lost 34 breeding rams, and he was furious. The British complained to the American government, who were shocked to hear what had been going on at their northwest border. And both governments told their officials in the area to back off. We're not trying to start a major war over some dumb sheep and a stupid island. But also, the islands are definitely ours. Under no circumstances let the other side have them. For now, both governments agreed to set up yet another boundary commission to decide which channel was the correct border. But it often devolved into petty bickering. The British did make one interesting suggestion, though. We could draw the border through this middle channel and split the islands between us. Well, that would be a completely fair compromise that protects the interests of both parties. And there's no way I'm ever gonna agree to it! And in the aftermath of the sheep raid, James Douglas, still stationed at Fort Victoria, became even more cautious of American encroachment into his territory. Mr. Douglas, sir, it appears an Indian has discovered gold in the Fraser Canyon, just north of here. Shut up! Keep your voice down, boy. We can't risk those glubby Americans hearing about this, or our territory here will be infested with them.
Too late.
The Fraser Canyon gold rush attracted a heap of Americans to the region. Some got lucky. Most did not. And of those that didn't, rather than returning all the way home, many simply decided to settle in the area. And in particular, the juicy green pastures of San Juan Island were rather appealing. Believing the island was American territory, around a dozen American settlers moved there in the late 1850s. One of them was a man named Lyman Cutler. a young man in his mid-20s, and lazy as pie. He didn't want to have to clear a space in the forest to build his home, so he said, I'll just build my cabin right in the middle of this British sheep run. I'm sure that won't make anyone mad. When he planted potato seeds in his garden, rather than building a nice protective fence around them, he said, I'll just fence in 3 sides and hope all these British farm animals have a moral compass and respect my property rights. Griffin's pig was a Berkshire, well known for rooting, and Lyman's fairly pathetic fence made for a bad combination. Numerous times he had had to chase the pig away from his property, and he once angrily marched up to Griffin's home, saying, Hey, British farm idiot, keep your stupid pig out of my potatoes. It is up to you to keep your potatoes out of my pig. Griffin was furious with his new American neighbors. They built their homes all over his sheep pastures. And besides, what right did they have to be here anyway? It was British territory. Lyman, on the other hand, swore the local government had assured him his land claims were legitimate, and so to him, the British were out of line. Look at that sick freak. In love with his pig. Isn't that just sick? Yeah, what a freak. Not like our love, Spuddy. Ours is all natural. Yep, just a man and his potato. Nothing wrong with that. But the tension between Lyman and Griffin was just about to explode. What the? Spuddy? All right, you damn dirty pig.
Don't shoot
That's the final straw. Lyman shot the pig. After taking a second to calm down, he felt bad about murdering Griffin's prized boar. So he went to him and said, Hey man, look, I kinda just killed your pig. It was eating my potatoes again, and I don't know, man.
he's disassociating.
I kind of just killed your pig. Killed your pig. Killed your pig. You swine! No, the swine is the one I killed. I'm Lyman. Griffin demanded Lyman pay $100 for the loss of the pig, an outrageous sum at the time. Obviously, Lyman refused, threatening to shoot any more animals that dared enter his property, even threatening to shoot Griffin himself. When Griffin complained to James Douglas, British officials went and confronted the pig killer. Again, they insisted he pay up, and if he didn't, Lyman claimed they threatened to arrest him and take him back to Victoria. British officials arresting an American on American soil and trying him under British law? Now that's controversial. And it's a controversy that attracted the attention of an American general in charge of the Department of Oregon, one William S. Harney. This guy, General Harney, had a reputation. He's the kind of guy who invades Mexico without orders, wasting valuable resources and creating an embarrassing situation for everyone involved. He's the kind of guy who has one of his own men arrested for writing the wrong header on a report. He's the kind of guy who finds a dog digging up his yard and then chases it for 1.5 miles just to give it a beating. He hated superiors, hated being told what to do, and had been court-martialed 4 times for disobeying orders. Contemporaries described him as an imbecile, all matter and no mind, an arrogant humbug, and a laughingstock. Like I said, General Harney had a reputation. He hated the British and was out for any opportunity to earn personal glory for himself. By some accounts, he even wanted to become president. And so, in July 1859, when he happened to visit San Juan Island, and he learned of the plight of the Americans living there, the shooting of a pig, and the British threat to arrest Lyman Cutler, General Harney went into scheme mode. Hey yo, Captain Pickett. Yes sir, listen carefully. I need you to go pick up some flowers and bring them to my place later. I've got a plan. Here I am, sir. What's the plan? Pickett, you and I are going to start a war. What do you mean, sir? Okay, listen up. An American man shoots a worthless pig on San Juan Island, and the British threaten to arrest him. Outrageous, but we can use it. We get the settlers there to send us a petition saying they need American troops for protection. That's when you go with your men and occupy the island. The British will find American troops
Save
on an
our
island they
bacon.
consider theirs so offensive, they won't hesitate to blow you to smithereens. Then, it's war. We bring in reinforcements and we fight back. I'll write to Washington, D.C., letting them know what's happening. But here's the kicker. My letter will take 6 whole weeks to get there. Before the government even gets a chance to respond, telling me I'm an idiot and ordering me to cease fire, the island will be ours. Hell, we could even invade Vancouver Island or British Columbia. It's foolproof. Wow, very impressive, sir. But I gotta ask, why? Well, I'll level with you, Pickett. Historians still contest exactly what it is I'm trying to do here. It's possible I'm trying to expand America's territory. Maybe I'm trying to play the hero so I can become president. Some have even suggested that since I'm a slave-owning Southerner, I may be trying to create a diversion to help the South secede in the upcoming Civil War. But if there's one thing that almost everyone can agree on, it's that I'm an idiot. I see. But hold on, what'd you tell me to bring flowers for? Because, Pickett, they're pretty and I like them! There are also historians who believe that Harney and Pickett had no secret plan at all, and were not scheming masterminds, but simply hot-headed buffoons, genuinely outraged at the audacity of the British, and trying to protect American citizens. But the fact of the matter is, Pickett took the very controversial and extremely provocative act of landing American troops on disputed territory. He set up his camp in a very exposed position and erected a very provocative sign proclaiming that only American laws applied on the island. It was almost like he was asking to be fired upon. Or, again, maybe he was just an idiot. When a British official sent to the island to get rid of the unruly American settlers now saw that there were American troops, he
Outrageous.
demanded they leave. He was obviously told to go suck an egg. When Douglas found out, he was enraged. To him, the American landing constituted an invasion. Harney sent a report back to the War Department in D.C., justifying his actions with exaggerated claims of British villainy. But he knew it would take 6 weeks to get there, and another 6 weeks for their reply to come back. For now, the situation was entirely in the hands of local military and government officials, and the ball was in the British court. Would the temperamental Governor Douglas and the powerful British Navy respond to the American provocation with force? Were Britain and America really about to go to war over the shooting of a pig? Well, if one man were to have his way, it's entirely possible they would. James Douglas had already had Americans force him out of Oregon. They had threatened his position in Victoria during the gold rush. Now they had invaded his island, and he had had it. It was time to turn to the Royal Navy. You, Captain Hornby, go to the island and prevent any more Americans from landing. And take this magistrate with you to arrest Captain Pickett. Use force if necessary. Just don't do anything to start a war. Wait, you want me to use force but not start a war? Oh, I'm sorry. Is that too much to ask? Princess! When Captain Hornby got to the island and saw that the American force there was even larger than expected, his concern grew. He sent word back to Douglas, who in response ordered even more ships to the island. And at this point, the naval officers were like, hey man, let's talk. They were concerned Douglas's escalation was leading them to war, and they convinced him it probably wasn't a terribly good idea to just go up to an American military captain with his armed men and say, hey bucko, you're under arrest. Please don't shoot me. Douglas gave in. To prevent any hostilities, he canceled all orders and told the Navy, for now, to simply keep an eye on the Americans. He did send one more ship for good measure. Captain Pickett, now seeing the British ships with their guns aimed directly at his exposed camp, said, see Jeff? Look at that. We're about to get blown to bits. All according to plan. Hang on. Oh crap, Jeff, we're about to get blown to bits! Run! Pickett hastily moved his camp from its very exposed position to another position, which, as it happened, was also very exposed. It probably won't—
That guy's an idiot! When the Royal Navy was a damn fine fighting force? Yeah.
surprise you to learn Pickett came dead last in his graduating class. Nearby American and British officials began showing up to ask Pickett what the heck he was even doing. Then, a bunch of tourists showed up, because a major war breaking out in their doorstep was the single most exciting thing to ever happen in any of their miserable frontier lives. One Charles Griffin was particularly on—
Bro, frontier life sounds so unfun. I would never. You had to do stuff all day. It sounds awful and rough. Most of them probably died. the ones who struck gold, well, they prospered.
Happy. First, his pig had been shot. Now his sheep pastures were being trampled by soldiers and tourists alike. He complained to Governor Douglas, who was still pretty upset about the whole thing. Douglas felt British honor itself was at stake, so he decided that if American forces were allowed to be on the island, well then by golly, the British should be there too. It would be a joint military occupation. Upon hearing Douglas's new plan to land British troops on the island, Captain Hornby decided to go speak with Pickett in person. After informing him of the plan, Pickett replied that if they dared land, he would open fire. So there they were. The British had orders to land. The Americans had orders to prevent their landing. This was it. War. Over a small island in the middle of nowhere. Over a pig and some potatoes. Over whether the US-Canada border looked like this or like this. It was stupid. Hold on. This is stupid. To heck with it. I'm not landing those troops. I'm not gonna be the one who starts a war. The captain decided not to follow Douglas's order. And good thing he didn't, because pretty soon after that, the leading British admiral in the entire Pacific region showed up. Rear Admiral Baines outranked Governor Douglas. When he heard of everything that had been going on, he was stunned. But when he heard that Hornby had refused Douglas's plan to land troops, Baines could have kissed him. Whether he did or not, history doesn't tell. But I like to think they did. The Rear Admiral canceled all of Douglas's orders and instead pursued a policy of not interfering with the Americans until he could contact the British government. The Americans, not knowing the British no longer intended to land, had sent reinforcements and began fortifying. But even still, the British Navy did nothing. And finally, when word made it across the planet, informing the two governments of the ongoing crisis, everyone was shocked. Holy crap! Harney landed troops on disputed territory? Man, I hope the British don't find out about this. Buchanan? Oh crap! The British! Why are we getting reports of American troops on San Juan Island? Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know, man. Nothing to do with me. But you're the president. What? Breckenridge? Am I the president? Yes, sir. And hey, we got a problem. It looks like the southern states are considering seceding, and we're headed for the biggest crisis in the history of the nation. And it's your job to fix it, sir. Sir?
He's hiding behind the curtain.
No. Go away.
Not the curtain again, Mr. President.
I'm not here.
Buchanan. Back in the Pacific Northwest, Harney was beginning to realize the government may not be terribly impressed with his reckless actions, so he began firing off even more aggressive letters, justifying what he had done. Tell him the British were sending bands of Indians to attack our men, and that they're big meanies with coal for hearts, and that they made me cry like a little girl. Wait, no, that makes me sound weak. They made me cry like a big girl. Yeah, that's it. When the president received Harney's new letters, his anxiety only grew stronger. Oh, crap. Hey, General Scott, please make this go away. Leave it to me, sir. General Winfield Scott was the commanding general of the entire U.S. Army. Well known for his negotiation skills, he was a veteran of the Mexican-American War, during which time he had to deal with General Harney's idiocy and insubordination, and he watched as Harney got away with it all, thanks to his friends in high places. It's safe to say that Scott really did not like General Harney. By now, General Scott was racked with gout, and he was so big, he had to be hoisted onto his ship in a basket.
Jeez.
Nevertheless, he began the long journey to the Pacific Northwest. Okay, everyone, get over here. Will somebody please tell me what the heck is going on? I'll tell you, General. It all started on one fateful day last summer. Spuddy? All right, you damn dirty pig. That's the final straw. What? Hey, you can't get away from me! Look at that pig. Nowhere left to run, eh? I'm gonna enjoy this.
Simon, if you spare my life, I grant you 3 wishes.
So you see, General, the pig wasn't even on his property when he shot it. Liar! He's lying to you, General. I'll tell you what really happened. what a pleasant summer's afternoon here on my humble farm. It's just me and my beloved potatoes. I'm so happy. Say, Lyman, them some nice spuds you got there. Would be a shame if somebody ate them.
No, not again, you beast! Leave my potatoes alone!
Yeah, I'm gonna eat them, Lyman. I'll eat them, and then I'm gonna eat you.
Stay back! I'll shoot!
Go ahead, punk. Make my day. Shoot me! Shoot me!
He made me do it! He made me do it!
So you're telling me you guys nearly started a war with the strongest naval power in the world over the shooting of a pig? Yeah, now he's starting to get it. Not only the pig, sir. The British then threatened to arrest this poor, pure American soul. Thank you, General. Shut up. I don't care about you. Okay, I've made up my mind. You're an idiot. 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 You guys are fine. And you two are the most mind-numbingly brain-dead ding-dongs I've ever encountered in all my life. And I'll see you in my office. Okay, Harney, listen. I cut a deal with the Brits. Here's how it's gonna be. Both sides will maintain a small force on the island for a joint military occupation until our two governments can decide who owns the island. Now, the only way they'd agree to that is if Pickett is removed from command. So I'm replacing him with Captain Hunt here. Now, Harney, listen to me. Do not, under any circumstances, put Pickett back on that island. Okay? I mean it, Harney. Do not order Pickett back onto the island. Understood? Yes, sir. Good. I'll see you globos later. Is he gone? I think so. Good. Hunt, you're fired. Pickett, you're going back on the island. All right, you psychopath. I've been waiting years for this. I hate you. I've always hated you. Harney had not only ordered Pickett back onto the island, but his department even notified the British that it did not recognize the joint occupation settlement, while everyone else had decided on peace. Harney appeared to still be threatening war. Needless to say, a furious Winfield Scott soon removed him from command and sent him elsewhere. In Harney's absence, the joint occupation went ahead, and the troops actually got along together quite well. The British attended 4th of July celebrations at the American camp, while the Americans visited the British for Queen Victoria's birthday. Even Pickett became good friends with his British counterpart. War, it seemed, had been avoided, thanks largely to the level-headed actions of the Royal Navy and General Winfield Scott. Of course, the islands were still in dispute, and the question of who exactly owned them still had to be answered. That answer would have to wait, because while San Juan was at peace, the nation was tearing itself apart. When civil war broke out in 1861, the issue of San Juan just wasn't that important. Harney, despite being a Southerner, remained in the U.S. Army, but was eventually removed from command at St. Louis when his loyalty to the Union came under suspicion. More famously, Captain Pickett, a native Virginian, went on to become a Confederate general. Pickett's charge at the Battle of Gettysburg remains one of the most famous moments of the entire war and marked a major turning point. U.S. relations with Britain actually soured during the war. The British, missing their supply of southern cotton, initially looked like they may intervene on the side of the Confederacy. There was the Trent Affair, when Confederate diplomats were discovered and arrested on a British mail steamer. And then there were the British-built ships sold to the Confederacy that wreaked havoc on northern commerce. When the Civil War ended, furious American politicians called on the British to pay reparations. And by now, a long list of hot issues existed between them. And yes, on that list remained, 12 years later, still the issue of who owned these gosh darn islands. That issue, it was finally agreed, would be submitted to international arbitration. The Empire of Germany would decide, with the British and Americans presenting arguments. The American argument was reportedly presented with a little more pizzazz, a little more zing. And in the end, when the Germans made their decision, they awarded the San Juan Islands to the United States. When an aging Douglas heard the news, he said that there was no possible way the British argument had been presented correctly. But that was that. The British conceded, and on the 25th of November, 1872, the last British troops left the island. As the Americans entered the British camp to raise their flag, they found that the British had removed the flagpole. One last up yours to Uncle Sam. By this time, Charles Griffin had already left the island, and the Hudson's Bay Company eventually sold their sheep farm. And so, there you have it. A dangerous situation that almost brought two great powers to war, triggered by the shooting of a pig. But thanks to more level-headed minds and an eagerness for peace and cooperation, conflict was avoided, and the only casualty of this pig war was, well, just a pig. But how different could things have been? What if the British had attempted to arrest Pickett? What if they had landed troops? Could the two sides have actually gone to war? Could America have invaded Canada? Could it, perhaps, still invade Canada? Think about it. Why not? We have the manpower. We have the arms. It's our manifest destiny. Picture a future where American Mounties wear red, white, and blue and hail the stars and stripes, where Wayne Gretzky would wave the American flag every 4th of July in the streets of Montreal. Maple syrup, the greatest American food. Banff, the greatest American national park. One united nation under the leadership of our glorious president, Drake. No longer shall we tolerate our smug neighbors to the north with their affordable insulin and endless comments complaining that I don't talk about Canada enough in my videos. That's right, Canadians. Watch your backs. Sleep with one eye open tonight, because Biden's coming, baby. And this time, he's coming with a vengeance!
Stop spamming USA in chat, you fools. It sounds like a horrible future. I'm glad it didn't happen. So this was The Pig War by Oversimplified. Pretty good video. Man, this channel's got almost 9 million subs. That's insane. Oh shit, I gotta go get ready for the YouTube Depressed Nuzagi VTuber trivia. So I'm gonna rate it to him, and I'll see you guys over there in like 40 minutes. Okay. Take care, everybody.